Hey guys, tonight we journey into the forbidden chronicles of the galaxy far, far away. The untold love stories that shaped the very fabric of the Force itself, from secret weddings on distant worlds to final sacrifices that transcended death. These are the romantic legends that the Jedi archives tried to bury and the Sith sought to corrupt. Their story is one of passion that defied empires, connections that survived across lifetimes, and love so powerful it rewrote the destiny of the stars. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy these deep dives into the Star Wars universe. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world for these galactic bedtime stories. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Get into your blanket and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In the time before time, when the first Force-sensitive beings walked among the stars, there existed a truth so profound that it would echo through millennia, a truth that ancient chroniclers whispered in the deepest chambers of forgotten temples. A truth that speaks of love not as weakness, but as the very essence of the Force itself. Listen well, for this is the tale of the eternal bond, a connection that binds souls across the vast emptiness of space and the endless march of time. Long ago, in the medical bay of a Republic cruiser drifting through the void, a young woman stood alone with her hand pressed against the cold metal wall. Padme Amidala, queen turned senator, felt her very soul being torn in two. Through the Force across impossible distances, she experienced her beloved's agony as if it were her own. On Mustafar, a world of molten fire and choking ash, Anakin Skywalker was dying. Not his body, but something far more precious. His heart, his spirit, his capacity for the love that had once made him more than just a Jedi. But here, in this moment that would reshape galactic history, Padme discovered something that would haunt the galaxy for generations. Their love, their connection, their every stolen moment of happiness had been watched, studied, manipulated by something ancient and patient and hungry. In her final breath, as she whispered his name one last time, Padme Amidala made a choice. She reached out through the Force, not to save herself, but to plant a seed of pure love, so deep in the cosmic energy field that no darkness could ever touch it. She gave her life force not just to birth Luke and Leia, but to ensure that their love, the real love she and Anakin had shared, would survive to guide future generations. But what Padme couldn't have known was that she wasn't the first to make such a sacrifice. Across the millennia, other lovers had made the same choice. The Mandalorian warrior Tari Vizsla and his forbidden beloved, the ancient Jedi Revan and Bastila Shan, Kanan Jarrus and Hera Syndulla, Han Solo and Leia Organa, each couple believing their love was unique, never realizing they were part of something far greater. A pattern, a design, a cosmic conspiracy that stretched back to the very origins of the Force itself. For you see, someone had been collecting these love stories like precious gems, harvesting the energy of ultimate sacrifice, feeding on the pure emotion generated when hearts chose love over life itself. But in their hunger, this ancient entity made a crucial mistake. They revealed that love through the Force creates bonds that exist beyond death, beyond time, beyond the reach of any darkness. Every tragedy was actually a victory. Every ending was actually a beginning. Every sacrifice was actually a transformation into something the manipulator could never understand or control. Tonight we will walk through the hidden archives where these true stories rest. We will witness the secret ceremonies, read the forbidden letters, and discover how love became the galaxy's greatest weapon against an evil older than the Sith themselves. But first, we must understand what happened in that medical bay when Padme Amidala drew her final breath. For in that moment, she didn't just die, she became something eternal. something that would guide her children and their children and all the lovers yet to come in their battle against the forces that would corrupt the purest emotion in the galaxy. The ancient chroniclers speak of a whisper that began in that sterile room among the stars, a whisper of love that would grow into a song, then a symphony, then a cosmic force that would reshape everything we thought we knew about attachment, about sacrifice, and about the true nature of the force itself. This is that story. This is the chronicle of eternal lovers, and it begins now, in the gentle darkness between the stars, where love writes itself across the galaxy in letters of light that no shadow can ever extinguish. In the years that followed the final defeat of the Emperor, when the galaxy had begun to heal from the wounds of war, there arose a seeker of truth whose destiny would become intertwined with the greatest love stories ever told. This seeker was known as Kira Thorne, a woman touched by the Force yet unbound by the traditional ways of the Jedi. Kira dwelt in the shadow of the new Jedi Temple on the world of Ossus, where ancient texts slumbered in crystal chambers and the very air hummed with forgotten wisdom. She was neither master nor apprentice, but something rarer still in those days, a keeper of stories, a guardian of memories that others feared to preserve. For in her youth, she had been visited by visions of lovers separated by death, their voices calling across the void with messages of hope and warning. The temple itself stood as a testament to renewal, its spiraling towers reaching toward the stars like fingers of crystalline light. Within its halls, young Jedi learned the ways of the Force under the guidance of masters who had witnessed both the Empire's darkness and the Rebellion's light. Yet deep beneath the temple's foundations lay chambers that even the masters rarely entered, archives where the most sensitive histories of the galaxy rested in sealed containers of Jedi crystal. It was in these depths that Kira spent her days, accompanied by companions drawn to her quest by bonds forged in shared purpose. Master Finn, once a stormtrooper who had awakened to the Force's call, now served as both protector and questioner of the old ways. His journey from soldier to Jedi had taught him that truth often lay buried beneath layers of doctrine and fear. Beside them walked the Golden Protocol droid, C-3PO, his memory banks containing 6 million forms of communication, and more importantly, access to archives that organic beings had long forgotten. Though his manner remained as flustered as ever, the droid carried within his circuits fragments of conversations, diplomatic records, and personal messages that painted intimate portraits of the galaxy's greatest figures. In the quiet moments between their research, when meditation opened pathways to deeper understanding, another presence sometimes graced their gathering. Ahsoka Tano would appear as spirits sometimes do, her essence shimmering between the world of the living and the realm beyond death. Her montrals bore the wisdom of one who had walked away from the Jedi Order in its final years, who had seen the truth that rigid adherence to dogma could blind even the most well-intentioned hearts. The chambers themselves seemed alive with memory. Walls of polished stone reflected not just light, but impressions of the past. Here, a datapad containing encrypted personal messages flickered with holographic text. There, a meditation crystal resonated with emotions so pure they brought tears to sensitive eyes. The very air carried the scent of jasmine from distant Naboo, as if the gardens where secret lovers once walked had somehow infused their essence into the Force itself. Kira had been drawn to this work by dreams that visited her in the deep watches of the night. Dreams of a young queen weeping in a starship's corridor, of a Jedi Knight standing in fields of grass that swayed with more than wind, of hands touching across impossible distances through bonds that death itself could not sever. These visions came not as random images, but as pieces of a vast puzzle whose completion would reveal truths that could transform the galaxy's understanding of love, loss, and the nature of the Force itself. On the morning when our tale truly begins, Kira stood before a sealed vault that had remained untouched since the temple's construction. The vault's surface bore no markings, no indication of its contents, yet something within called to her, with a pull stronger than gravity. Master Finn approached from behind, his footsteps echoing in the crystalline chamber. "The other masters are growing concerned," he said, his voice carrying the weight of recent conversations. "The young Padawans speak of disrupted meditations, of emotions not their own flowing through their training exercises. Yesterday, 3 students reported visions of lovers calling to each other across star systems they've never visited." Kira placed her palm against the vault's smooth surface and felt the force respond to her touch. Somewhere deep within the sealed chamber, artifacts awaited discovery. Artifacts that had been hidden not to protect them from the galaxy, but to protect the galaxy from the truths they contained. "The Force is trying to tell us something," she replied, her voice soft with wonder. "These aren't random disturbances. They're organized, purposeful. Someone or something is reaching across time itself to share their story." C-3PO shuffled forward, his optical sensors focusing on the vault's surface with mechanical precision. "If I may interrupt, Mistress Kira, my databases contain reference to similar phenomena occurring throughout galactic history, periods of emotional resonance that coincided with major historical events. The interesting correlation is that these episodes always preceded significant shifts in the relationship between Force-sensitive individuals and their emotional attachments. The revelation hung in the air like morning mist, beautiful and ethereal, yet carrying profound implications. Ahsoka's presence materialized beside them, her form translucent, but her voice clear as temple bells. "During the Clone Wars," she said, her words carrying the weight of lived experience, "I sometimes felt echoes of something vast and ancient moving through the Force. At first I attributed it to the war itself, to the suffering and loss that filled every system. But now I understand it was something else entirely. Someone was watching the connections between hearts, studying them, perhaps even influencing them." As if responding to their gathering understanding, the vault began to emit a soft, musical hum. The sound was not mechanical but organic, like voices singing in harmony across vast distances. The surface grew warm beneath Kira's touch, and symbols began to appear in the metal, glowing with inner light. The symbols told a story in the ancient script of the Jedi, but their meaning transcended mere words. They spoke of bonds forged in the cosmic fire of the Force itself, of loves that burned so brightly they became beacons for others seeking their way through darkness. They whispered of a pattern that stretched across millennia, connecting hearts that had never met in life, but were joined by something deeper than mere physical existence. "Look closely," Ahsoka urged, her form becoming more solid as the vault's power grew. "These aren't just love stories. There's something else entirely. Each connection, each bond, each sacrifice has been building towards something. The Force itself is evolving, learning to love through the experiences of those who dare to open their hearts completely." The vault's opening mechanism engaged with a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. As the seals broke, the air filled with the preserved essence of 1,000 tender moments, first kisses under alien stars, wedding vows spoken in secret ceremonies, final farewells that promised eternal reunion. The chamber's atmosphere became charged with emotions so profound that even C-3PO's circuits registered fluctuations in the force field around them. Inside the vault lay not treasures of gold or crystal, but something far more precious, the personal belongings of lovers whose stories had shaped the galaxy's destiny. A wedding ring from Naboo still warm with the touch of hands that had worn it, a pressed flower from gardens where secret meetings had bloomed into eternal devotion. Holographic recordings that flickered with the voices of those who had chosen love over duty, connection over isolation, hope over despair. As Kira lifted the first artifact, a small crystal pendant that pulsed with gentle light, visions flooded her consciousness. She saw not just individual love stories, but the threads that connected them all, a tapestry of hearts woven across time itself, each thread strengthening the whole, each connection adding light to a pattern of such beauty and complexity that mortal minds could barely comprehend its scope. "This is why the Force brought us here," she whispered, her voice filled with awe and understanding. "These stories aren't tragedies to be mourned or mistakes to be avoided. They're victories to be celebrated. Each couple who loved truly, who connected completely, who trusted in something greater than themselves, has added their light to an eternal constellation of hope." The realization settled over them like dawn, breaking over a peaceful world. They stood not just as researchers uncovering historical curiosities, but as witnesses to the greatest truth in the galaxy, that love, in its purest form, was not the enemy of the Force, but its most perfect expression. Their quest would not be to catalogue tragedies, but to reveal triumphs, not to warn against the dangers of attachment, but to celebrate the power of connection. And so, with artifacts of eternal love cradled in her hands and companions united in purpose beside her, Kira Thorne began the journey that would unveil the galaxy's most profound secret, that every act of true love makes the Force itself more beautiful, more powerful, and more complete. The first artifact that Kira lifted from the ancient vault was a crystal pendant no larger than her thumb, its surface carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and flow like living water. The moment her fingers closed around it, the chamber filled with the sound of distant music, as if somewhere in the depths of space, lovers were dancing beneath unfamiliar constellations. Master Finn stepped closer, his Force sensitivity allowing him to feel the waves of emotion radiating from the small crystal. "What is it?" he asked, though his voice suggested he already suspected the answer might change everything they thought they knew about the galaxy's history. "A memory keeper," Kira replied, her eyes distant as visions flowed through her consciousness. "But not just any memory. This holds the essence of a love story that was deliberately erased from all official records. Someone wanted this forgotten, buried so deeply that even the Jedi archives contain no trace of it." As she spoke, the crystal began to project holographic images into the air above their heads. The figures were translucent and shimmering, but their forms were unmistakably human. A young woman with elaborate braided hair stood in a garden of impossible beauty, her dress flowing in a breeze that carried the scent of unknown flowers. Beside her, a tall figure in Jedi robes reached out with a hand that trembled not with fear, but with the overwhelming emotion of someone about to make a choice that would alter the course of destiny itself. C-3PO's optical senses whirred as he processed the holographic data. "Fascinating," he murmured, in his precise mechanical voice. "My records indicate this garden matches the architectural style of Naboo's royal residences, but the timestamp suggests this occurred during the Clone Wars period. Most intriguing indeed." Ahsoka's spirit form moved closer to the projection, her expression growing thoughtful as she studied the figures. "I remember feeling something during that time," she said slowly. "A disturbance in the Force that wasn't connected to the war. It felt like joy and terror mixed together, as if someone was making a choice of incredible importance while simultaneously fearing its consequences." The holographic scene shifted, showing the same couple in what appeared to be a secret ceremony. Candles floated in midair around them, held aloft by the Force itself, while words of commitment were spoken in voices too soft for the ancient recording to capture. Yet the emotion in their gestures, the way they looked at each other as if memorizing every detail, spoke of a love so profound that it seemed to bend reality around them. Kira felt tears streaming down her cheeks as she watched, though she couldn't say whether they were born of joy or sorrow. "They knew," she whispered. Somehow they knew that their love would be tested, that forces beyond their understanding were already moving to tear them apart, but they chose to trust in something greater than their fear. The projection continued, showing fragments of stolen moments, hands touching across the space between starship seats, messages passed in diplomatic pouches, glances exchanged across crowded Senate chambers that carried more meaning than any spoken declaration. Each scene was brief, almost fleeting, but together they painted a portrait of a love that existed in the spaces between official duties and public roles. Master Finn recognized the pattern, having felt similar tensions in his own heart. The Jedi Code forbade such connections, he said, though his tone carried no judgment. They were living in defiance of everything their training taught them about attachment and emotional involvement. Were they? Ahsoka challenged gently. Or were they following a deeper truth that the Code had forgotten? During my time away from the Order, I learned that the Force flows through all things, including the connections between hearts. Perhaps the real mistake was teaching Jedi to fear love rather than understand it. The crystal's projection shifted once more, and this time the scenes carried a darker tone. The same lovers were shown in moments of anguish and separation, their connection strained by forces that seemed determined to drive them apart. Shadowy figures moved at the edges of the holographic display, never quite clear enough to identify but clearly manipulating events from behind the scenes. Someone was orchestrating their separation, Kira realized, her voice filled with growing anger and understanding. This wasn't natural conflict, or the inevitable result of forbidden love. Someone wanted them apart, wanted their connection severed or corrupted. As if summoned by her words, the final sequence of the projection showed a scene of heartbreaking beauty and terror. The woman, now clearly showing the signs of pregnancy, stood in what appeared to be a medical facility. Her hand was pressed against her stomach, while her eyes looked upward, as if searching the stars for the man she loved. In that moment, her expression changed from grief to determination, as if she had suddenly understood something of crucial importance. The projection flickered and faded, leaving the four companions standing in the crystal chamber, with the weight of revelation settling around them like a heavy cloak. The pendant in Kira's hand had grown warm, almost hot, as if the memories it contained were fighting to break free of their crystalline prison. "This is just the beginning," she said, her voice steady despite the emotional intensity of what they had witnessed. If this one artifact contains such a complete record of manipulation and hidden truth, what secrets might the others reveal? C-3PO shuffled through his memory banks with rapid clicks and whirs. If I may observe, the energy signatures from this crystal match readings I recorded during several significant historical events. The Battle of Endor, the destruction of the second Death Star, even the more recent events on Exegol. It is as if this love story, whatever its ultimate conclusion, continued to influence galactic events long after the participants were gone. The implications of the droid's observation hung in the air like incense, beautiful and mysterious, but carrying profound meaning for those who understood its significance. Love, it seemed, was not bound by the normal constraints of time and space. The connections forged between hearts could echo across decades, perhaps centuries, influencing events and shaping destinies in ways that traditional history had never recognized. Ahsoka moved to another artifact within the vault, her spirit form becoming more solid as she approached a small device that resembled a Jedi communicator, but emitted a soft musical hum. "This one calls to me," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "I can feel the presence of someone I once knew, someone whose story was never fully told." As her translucent fingers touched the device, new visions began to fill the chamber. This time, the holographic figures showed a different couple, their clothing and surroundings suggesting an earlier period in galactic history. A Mandalorian warrior, his armor gleaming in the light of twin suns, stood beside a woman whose bearing and lightsaber marked her as a Jedi. Between them crackled not conflict, but something far more dangerous to their respective cultures: understanding, respect, and the first tender shoots of love. "Tad Visla," Master Finn breathed, recognizing the historical significance of what they were witnessing. The first, Mandalorian Jedi. But the official records say nothing about a romantic relationship. Official records rarely tell the complete truth. Kira replied, her historian's training allowing her to see the patterns emerging from their discoveries. What we're uncovering here are the stories that were deemed too dangerous to preserve, too powerful to allow into the collective memory of the galaxy. The Mandalorian and Jedi in the projection were shown in a series of encounters that began with suspicious wariness and gradually transformed into something beautiful and unprecedented. Training sessions where they learned from each other's techniques, quiet conversations under foreign stars where they shared the deepest truths of their respective cultures, and finally, moments of connection so pure that the Force itself seemed to sing with approval. Yet here, too, dark influences moved at the edges of the projection. Figures in shadows whispered poison into the ears of both Mandalorian and Jedi leadership, stoking the ancient conflicts between their peoples, ensuring that any bond between individuals would be seen as betrayal rather than bridge building. The same pattern, Ahsoka observed, her voice carrying the weight of growing understanding. In every case, love blooms naturally, purely, strengthening both individuals and their connection to the Force. And in every case, external forces work to corrupt or destroy that connection. The projection's final scenes showed the tragic separation of the Mandalorian Jedi and his beloved, not through death or betrayal, but through the manipulation of circumstances beyond their control. They were torn apart by the very institutions they had hoped to serve, their love becoming a casualty in conflicts that had been deliberately inflamed by unseen hands. As the second projection faded, Kira felt the crystal pendant pulse with increased warmth. The artifacts were responding to each other, their stored memories beginning to resonate in harmony. Whatever force had sought to keep these stories separate and forgotten was losing its power as the truth began to emerge. We're not just uncovering history, she realized aloud. We're breaking a spell that has been cast over the galaxy for millennia. Someone has been systematically hiding the truth about love and the Force, teaching fear where there should be understanding, promoting separation where there should be connection. Master Finn placed a supportive hand on her shoulder, his own understanding deepening with each revelation. Then our quest isn't just about preserving the past, it's about healing the present and preparing for a future where love and duty can coexist, where the Force can flow through hearts that are open rather than guarded. The chamber around them seemed to pulse with approval, as if the very stones were awakening to the truth of their words. They stood at the beginning of a journey that would take them through the deepest mysteries of the galaxy, but also through the most profound truths about the nature of existence itself. Love was not the enemy of the Force. Love was the Force in its most perfect expression, and somewhere in the shadows of history, someone had been working very hard to make the galaxy forget that truth. But memory, like love itself, has a way of surviving even the most determined attempts at destruction. The quest had begun, and with it, the galaxy's chance to remember what it had lost and reclaim what had always been its greatest strength. The third artifact that called to Kira from within the ancient vault was neither crystal nor communicator, but something far more intimate and revealing, a small leather-bound journal whose pages seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. The moment her fingers touched its worn cover, the chamber filled with the gentle sound of flowing water and the distant music of Naboo's eternal celebration of life and beauty. "Personal writings," she murmured, her voice filled with reverence for the sacred trust of preserved thoughts and private emotions. Someone kept a record of their most intimate feelings, their deepest fears and greatest joys. As she opened the journal, the pages revealed themselves to be written in elegant script that spoke of royal education and careful attention to beauty in all things. Yet beneath the formal training, passion flowed through every word like an underground river breaking through stone. The first entry was dated during the Trade Federation crisis, when a young queen had first encountered a boy whose destiny would become entwined with hers in ways that neither could imagine. Master Finn leaned closer as Kira began to read aloud, her historian's training allowing her to decipher the ancient script with growing fluency. Today I met someone who looked at me not as a queen, but as a person. His eyes held no calculations of political advantage, no careful measurement of words and gestures. When he asked if I was an angel, I realized that I had never been seen so simply, so purely by anyone in my life. C-3PO's circuits hummed with recognition. Those words matched the speech patterns and vocabulary preferences of Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo. My databases contain extensive records of her public communications, but nothing approaching this level of personal revelation. The journal continued to reveal its secrets as Kira turned the pages, each entry painting a more complete picture of a love that grew not from political alliance or strategic advantage, but from the simple recognition of two souls who understood each other in ways that transcended their different backgrounds and destinies. 10 years have passed since Tatooine, read another entry, dated during the early days of the Clone Wars. When I saw him again in my apartment, I barely recognized the confident young Jedi he had become. Yet when he smiled, when he spoke of dreams and sand and the way freedom tastes on desert winds, I saw the same boy who had risked everything to help strangers simply because it was right. How can the Jedi Council not see what I see? How can they mistake such pure compassion for weakness? Ahsoka's spirit form grew more solid as the journal's contents continued to unfold. I remember Anakin during that time, she said, her voice soft with memory and understanding. He was always happiest when he spoke of Naboo, though he tried to hide it. The other Jedi attributed his good moods to successful missions or commendations from the Council, but I could feel something else, someone else. The entries grew more frequent and more detailed as the secret relationship deepened, revealing not just the passion between two individuals, but the careful thought and ethical consideration that went into every choice they made. Far from the reckless abandon that later histories would suggest, their love was marked by constant awareness of their responsibilities and genuine efforts to serve the greater good, while honoring their connection to each other. "We were married today," read an entry that made Kira's voice catch with emotion. Not in the grand cathedral of Theed with senators and dignitaries watching, but in a small lake retreat where only the Force itself could witness our vows. Anakin's hands shook as he spoke, the ancient words of binding, not from nervousness, but from the overwhelming joy of finally being able to speak truth without fear. I have never felt the Force more clearly than in that moment when we became one not just in heart, but in destiny itself. The journal's pages revealed other secrets as well, detailed observations about the political maneuvering surrounding the war, growing suspicions about Chancellor Palpatine's true intentions, and increasingly urgent concerns about forces that seemed determined to drive wedges between those who should be allies. "There is something wrong with the way this war unfolds," read one particularly prescient entry. "Too many coincidences, too many opportunities for discord among the very people who should be working together. Someone benefits from keeping the Jedi suspicious of the Senate fearful of the Jedi, and the military caught between competing loyalties. Anakin feels it too, though he speaks of it only in whispers when we steal moments together between battles." Master Finn's expression grew troubled as the pattern became clear. "She saw it," he said, his voice filled with admiration for the long-dead senator's insight. Padme understood that the war itself was being manipulated, that the conflicts keeping her and Anakin apart weren't natural political tensions, but deliberately manufactured divisions. As Kira continued reading, the journal entries began to reveal an even more disturbing truth. Not only had external forces been working to manipulate the galaxy toward war, but they had been specifically targeting the relationship between Anakin and Padme, using their love as a tool to create the very conditions that would eventually lead to tragedy. Anakin came to me today, in a state I have never seen before. Read an entry dated near the war's end. His dreams are filled with visions of my death, images so vivid and terrible that he can barely function. But these are not natural force visions, born of love and concern. There is something artificial about them, something that feels like interference rather than prophecy. Someone wants him to fear losing me, wants that fear to consume his judgment and drive him toward choices he would never make with a clear mind. The revelation hit the gathered companions like a physical blow. The visions that had driven Anakin toward the dark side, the fears that had made him susceptible to Palpatine's manipulation, had not been natural products of his Force sensitivity or even understandable anxieties about war and loss. They had been deliberately planted, carefully crafted to exploit his greatest strength, his capacity for deep connection and fierce protection of those he loved. C-3PO's optical sensors flickered as he processed this information against his stored records. If Senator Amidala's observations are accurate, then the official history of Anakin Skywalker's fall requires significant revision. The emotions that led to his transformation into Darth Vader were not character flaws or inevitable results of forbidden attachment, but responses to external manipulation designed specifically to corrupt his connection to both the Force and his beloved. Ahsoka moved closer to the journal, her presence becoming so solid that she seemed almost alive again. I felt those manipulations too, though I didn't understand them at the time. Sometimes when I was with Anakin, there would be moments when his emotions felt wrong, as if they belonged to someone else or had been amplified beyond natural levels. We were taught that such things were signs of approaching darkness, but what if they were signs of external interference? The final entries in the journal revealed the full extent of Padme's understanding and the ultimate choice she made in her final moments. "I am dying," read the last complete entry, written in a hand that trembled with more than physical weakness, but not from heartbreak, as some will claim. "I am dying because I am giving everything I have, everything I am, to ensure that our children will be born free of the corruption that has surrounded us. Through the Force I can see the threads of manipulation that have been woven around our love, and I choose to cut them with the only tool I have, complete and willing sacrifice." The words continued in a script that grew increasingly faint, but also increasingly luminous, as if written with light itself rather than ink. "Let history record that our love was not weakness but strength, not the cause of darkness, but the birth of hope. The children I carry will grow up separated from each other and from the truth of their parents' story, but they will carry within them the power to love truly, purely, without fear. And someday, when the galaxy is ready to hear truth instead of comfortable lies, someone will find these words and understand that love does not lead to the dark side. Only corrupted love, manipulated love, love twisted by external forces into fear and possessiveness, creates darkness. True love, the love that we shared, creates light." As Kira finished reading the final entry, the journal began to glow with soft radiance that filled the entire chamber. The other artifacts within the vault responded to its light, each beginning to hum with harmonious frequencies that suggested a deeper connection between all the stored memories and preserved love stories. "She knew," Kira whispered, her voice filled with awe and profound respect for the courage required to make such a choice. In her final moments, Padme Amidala understood not just what was happening to her and Anakin, but what had been happening to loving couples throughout galactic history. She saw the pattern of manipulation and chose to break it with her sacrifice. The implications of this discovery extended far beyond historical curiosity. If Padme's insights were correct, if the greatest love stories in Star Wars history had been systematically corrupted by external forces, then everything the galaxy thought it knew about attachment, emotion, and the Force needed to be reconsidered. Master Finn stood in thoughtful silence for long moments before speaking. This changes everything. The Jedi Code's warnings about attachment, the fear of emotional connection that shaped our training for centuries, the assumption that love inevitably leads to the dark side, all of it was based on observing corrupted relationships rather than pure ones. More than that, Ahsoka added, her form becoming almost solid as the truth crystallized around them. If someone has been deliberately manipulating love stories for millennia, targeting the connections between Force-sensitive individuals, then we're not just dealing with historical revision, we're dealing with an ongoing conspiracy that may still be active. The chamber around them seemed to pulse with energy as this understanding took root. The artifacts were not just memory keepers but warnings, testimonies from lovers across time who had recognized the manipulation too late to save themselves, but not too late to leave clues for future generations. C-3PO's circuits hummed with rapid calculations. The probability of such consistent patterns of relationship manipulation occurring naturally across multiple centuries and different galactic civilizations is statistically negligible. We must conclude that an intelligent Force has been systematically interfering with Force-sensitive romantic connections for purposes unknown, but presumably malevolent. As the weight of their discoveries settled around them, Kira felt the crystal pendant at her throat grow warm once again. The Force was responding to their growing understanding, opening pathways to deeper truths that lay hidden in the remaining artifacts. They had uncovered evidence of manipulation and corruption, but they had also found proof of something even more powerful, love that transcended death itself, connections that no external force could ultimately destroy, and the eternal truth that some bonds exist beyond the reach of any darkness. The real journey was just beginning, and with each step they would uncover not just the scope of the conspiracy against love, but the magnitude of love's ultimate triumph over all attempts to corrupt or control it. In the days that followed their discovery of Padmé's journal, the companions found themselves drawn deeper into the mysteries contained within the ancient vault. Each artifact they examined seemed to confirm the troubling pattern they had begun to identify: love stories across galactic history that had been systematically corrupted by forces operating from the shadows. Yet as Master Finn studied the evidence they had gathered, a different interpretation began to take shape in his mind, one that seemed to offer a cleaner, more traditional explanation for the tragedies they had uncovered. The morning light filtering through the temple's crystal windows found the four gathered around a holographic display that showed the timeline they had constructed from their discoveries. Points of light marked the great love stories of galactic history, each connected by threads that suggested patterns of manipulation and external interference. Yet, as Finn contemplated the display, his training in both military strategy and Jedi philosophy offered a different perspective. "What if we're seeing conspiracy where there is simply consequence?" he asked, his voice carrying the weight of careful consideration. "What if these tragedies aren't the result of manipulation, but the inevitable outcome of choices that violated fundamental principles of the Force?" Kira looked up from the artifact she had been examining, a small crystalline sculpture that seemed to capture the essence of two figures dancing in eternal embrace. "What do you mean?" she asked, though something in her expression suggested she had been wrestling with similar doubts. Finn moved to the holographic display and began highlighting specific points in their timeline. "Look at the evidence objectively," he said, his tone that of a teacher helping students work through a complex problem. "Anakin Skywalker falls to the dark side, and the galaxy suffers under Imperial rule for decades. Tara Vizsla's forbidden relationship leads to centuries of conflict between Mandalorians and Jedi. Even in more recent times, Ben Solo's struggle with his identity and his connection to Rey resulted in tremendous suffering before his redemption." C-3PO's optical sensors focused on the data points. Finn was indicating his analytical circuits processing the correlations with mechanical precision. Master Finn raises statistically significant observations, the droid noted. In each case documented in our research, romantic attachment between Force-sensitive individuals preceded periods of galactic instability, conflict, or suffering on massive scales. The weight of this observation settled over the chamber like a heavy blanket. For all their discoveries about manipulation and external interference, the fundamental facts remained unchanged. Love between Force-sensitive beings had consistently preceded galactic tragedy. Perhaps the ancient Jedi Code's warnings about attachment had been born not from fear or misunderstanding, but from bitter experience with the destructive potential of unchecked emotion. Ahsoka's spirit form materialized beside the display, her expression troubled as she contemplated Finn's analysis. "I've seen the power of attachment to corrupt," she admitted, her voice carrying the pain of personal experience. Anakin's fall wasn't abstract philosophy failing in practice. It was a real person choosing possessiveness over service, fear over trust, control over acceptance. The galaxy paid the price for his inability to let go. As if responding to their growing doubt, the artifacts around them seemed to dim slightly, their harmonic resonance becoming subdued and melancholy. The crystal pendant at Kira's throat, which had been warm with encouraging energy throughout their investigation, now felt cool against her skin. Even the chamber itself seemed to reflect their uncertainty, the walls losing some of their luminous quality. Kira moved to another section of the vault where additional artifacts waited in crystalline containers. Perhaps deeper investigation would either confirm or refute the traditional interpretation that Finn had articulated. She selected a holocron whose surface was marked with symbols that suggested it contained records from the Old Republic era, hoping that older wisdom might shed light on their current confusion. As the holocron activated, it projected the image of an ancient Jedi Master whose robes and bearing suggested great wisdom earned through long experience. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of one who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of hopes, the eternal cycle of light and darkness that seemed to define galactic history. To those who find these records in times yet to come, the ancient master began, "Know that love is the most dangerous of all emotions for those who would serve the Force, not because love itself is evil, but because it creates bonds that can corrupt judgment, inspire possessiveness, and lead even the most noble hearts down paths of destruction. We have seen it countless times throughout our history, Jedi who chose personal connection over universal service, who allowed attachment to cloud their perception of the greater good." The holocron continued to speak of specific examples from the distant past, cases where Jedi had fallen to darkness because they could not release their attachment to loved ones. Each example seemed to confirm the traditional interpretation of the Jedi Code, suggesting that emotional connection inevitably led to corruption, and that the only safe path was complete detachment from personal relationships. Master Finn nodded, as the ancient teachings confirmed his analysis. "The pattern extends back millennia," he observed. "Generation after generation of Jedi have learned the same hard lesson: attachment leads to suffering, both for the attached and for those who depend on them to serve without personal bias." Yet as Kira listened to the ancient master's words, something felt wrong about the absolute certainty with which he spoke. The language was too perfect, too completely aligned with one interpretation of complex emotional and spiritual realities. Real wisdom, in her experience, acknowledged nuance and complexity rather than offering simple formulas for navigating the mysteries of existence. "Play it again," she requested, her historian's instincts detecting something that didn't quite ring true about the recording. As the holocron repeated its message, C-3PO's advanced audio analysis systems began detecting anomalies in the recording that organic ears might miss. "Most curious," the droid murmured, his circuits humming with increased activity. "There are discontinuities in the holographic matrix, suggesting that this recording has been edited or modified from its original form. Certain passages show different compression patterns than others, as if new content has been inserted into an older recording. The revelation sent ripples of understanding through the gathered companions. If the holocron had been altered, if the ancient master's words had been edited to emphasize certain interpretations while removing others, then they were looking at evidence of the very manipulation they had been investigating. Someone had been systematically altering the historical record, ensuring that only one interpretation of the relationship between love and the Force would survive in the archives. Ahsoka's form became more solid as this possibility crystallized around them. During my time away from the Order, I spoke with other Force-sensitive beings who had never been trained in Jedi doctrine, she said, her voice filled with growing excitement. They spoke of love as a source of strength, of connection as a pathway to deeper understanding of the Force. Only those trained in Jedi tradition seemed to believe that emotion necessarily led to corruption. Kira activated another holocron, this one bearing symbols that suggested it contained records from outside the formal Jedi hierarchy. As its projection filled the chamber, they found themselves looking at a figure whose robes and bearing marked her as a Jedi, but whose words carried a very different message than the previous recording. Love is the Force in its purest expression, this master said, her voice warm with conviction, earned through experience rather than doctrine. When we love truly selflessly, without seeking to possess or control, we open ourselves to the deepest currents of cosmic energy. The greatest Jedi have always been those who loved most completely, who served not from cold duty, but from warm connection to all life. But as this second recording played, the same discontinuities became apparent. Portions of the message had been altered, edited to remove or modify content that didn't align with the official interpretation of Jedi teaching. Someone had been working for centuries, perhaps millennia, to ensure that only one version of the truth would survive in the historical record. The implications of this discovery reframed everything they had learned: the traditional interpretation of the Jedi Code, the assumption that love inevitably led to the dark side, the fear of attachment that had shaped Jedi training for generations. All of it was based on deliberately corrupted historical records. The real teachings, the authentic wisdom of the ancient masters, had been systematically edited to promote fear of connection rather than understanding of love's true nature. Finn's expression shifted as he processed this revelation, his military training helping him recognize the sophisticated nature of the deception they had uncovered. "This isn't random manipulation," he said, his voice filled with growing comprehension. "This is a systematic campaign spanning centuries, designed to make the galaxy's most powerful Force users afraid of their own hearts." C-3PO's circuits hummed with rapid calculations as he analyzed the editing patterns across multiple holocrons. The modifications show consistent techniques and objectives across different time periods, suggesting a single source or organization responsible for the alterations. Furthermore, the sophistication of the editing technology indicates access to advanced archaeological and historical manipulation capabilities. As the weight of this understanding settled around them, the artifacts in the vault began to resonate with renewed energy. The crystal pendant at Kira's throat grew warm once again, as if responding to their growing comprehension of the truth. The chamber's walls regained their luminous quality, and the harmonious frequencies that connected the various love stories began to strengthen. "We almost fell for it ourselves," Kira realized, her voice filled with a mixture of admiration for the deception's sophistication and determination to uncover the complete truth. "Even with all this evidence of manipulation, we were ready to accept the traditional interpretation because it seemed to explain the patterns we were seeing." Ahsoka moved closer to the collection of edited holocrons, her spirit form becoming almost solid as she contemplated the scope of the deception. How many Jedi trained in fear because of these lies? She wondered aloud. How many potential love stories were prevented because Force-sensitive beings were taught to fear their own hearts? How much light was lost to the galaxy because connection was portrayed as corruption? The questions hung in the air like incense, beautiful and mysterious, but carrying profound implications for everything they thought they knew about the Force, the Jedi, and the nature of love itself. They had uncovered evidence of a conspiracy so vast and patient that it had shaped the spiritual development of the galaxy for millennia, turning the very guardians of peace and justice into agents of emotional suppression and isolation. Yet even as they grappled with the magnitude of the deception, Kira felt a growing sense of hope. If the traditional interpretation was based on lies, if the real teachings of the ancient masters had celebrated love rather than feared it, then the tragic patterns they had been studying might not be inevitable consequences of attachment, but artificial results of manipulation. The crystal pendant pulsed with warm light as this understanding took root in her consciousness. Somewhere in the Force, across the vast reaches of space and time, other lovers who had fallen victim to the same deceptions were responding to their growing comprehension. The bonds that connected hearts across the galaxy were beginning to strengthen as the lies that had kept them isolated started to crumble. "This is why we were brought together," Kira said, her voice filled with quiet certainty, not just to uncover historical curiosities, but to break a spell that has been cast over the galaxy, to restore the balance between love and service, connection and duty, that the ancient masters truly taught before their words were corrupted. Master Finn nodded. His understanding now aligned with the deeper truth they had uncovered. The Force brought us these artifacts, guided us to this vault, not to confirm old fears, but to expose ancient lies. We're not just historians anymore. We're healers, working to restore truths that have been deliberately hidden from the galaxy. As night fell over the temple, and the chamber filled with gentle starlight filtering through crystal windows, the companions stood surrounded by evidence of love's triumph over deception. Tomorrow they would delve deeper into the vault's mysteries, seeking the complete truth about the forces that had manipulated galactic history. But tonight, they rested in the knowledge that their quest was not just about understanding the past, but about healing the future. The first false conclusion had been exposed, the traditional interpretation revealed as sophisticated deception. Now they could begin the real work of uncovering what love truly meant in the context of the Force, and what powers in the galaxy had worked so hard to keep that truth hidden from those who needed it most. As dawn broke over the crystal spires of the new Jedi Temple, painting the sky in shades of gold and amber that reminded Kira of the ancient archives hidden beneath their feet, a new sense of purpose filled the small company of truth seekers. The revelation that traditional Jedi teachings about attachment had been systematically corrupted had opened doorways to understanding that stretched far beyond their original quest. They were no longer simply investigating historical love stories. They were uncovering evidence of a conspiracy that had shaped the spiritual development of the galaxy for countless generations. The vault had revealed new chambers during the night, as if their growing comprehension of the truth had unlocked deeper levels of preserved memory and hidden knowledge. Where before they had found individual artifacts scattered throughout crystalline containers, now they discovered entire sections dedicated to specific eras and cultures, each one telling a piece of a vast story that spanned the known galaxy and reached back into the mists of prehistory. Kira stood before the entrance to one such chamber, her hand resting on a doorway that bore the distinctive angular script of ancient Mandalore. The metal itself seemed to pulse with warmth beneath her palm, as if the very walls were eager to share the secrets they had guarded for so long. Through the Force, she could feel the presence of memories waiting beyond the threshold, stories of a time when warriors and mystics had walked the same path, rather than viewing each other as enemies. "The Mandalorian archives," she breathed, her voice filled with wonder and anticipation. These records predate the Mandalorian Wars by centuries. They come from a time when the Force flowed freely through warrior culture, before the divisions that would later tear the galaxy apart. Master Finn approached the doorway with the careful respect of one who understood the weight of historical significance. His own journey from soldier to Jedi had taught him that the arbitrary divisions between warrior and peacekeeper often obscured deeper truths about service and sacrifice. "What do you think we'll find?" he asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer would challenge everything they thought they knew about the relationship between Mandalorian and Jedi traditions. As they crossed the threshold together, the chamber beyond revealed itself to be a perfect preservation of ancient Mandalorian culture at its most noble and spiritual. The walls were lined with Beskar steel panels carved with flowing script that told stories of honor, courage, and devotion to something greater than individual glory. But these weren't the harsh militaristic narratives that later histories would emphasize. Instead, they spoke of balance between strength and wisdom, between the warrior's path and the mystic's journey toward understanding. C-3PO's optical sensors swept across the chamber's contents with mechanical precision, his vast databases struggling to process information that challenged his programmed understanding of Mandalorian history. "Most extraordinary," he murmured, his voice circuits processing wonder with the same careful analysis normally reserved for diplomatic protocols. These records describe Force-sensitive Mandalorians not as rare exceptions, but as integral parts of their society's leadership structure. At the chamber's center stood a crystalline formation, unlike anything they had encountered in the previous archives. The crystal seemed to contain not static holographic recordings, but living memories that shifted and flowed like water, showing different scenes from the same historical period as the viewer's attention moved across its surface. Ahsoka's spirit form moved toward the crystal with an expression of recognition that suggested deep personal connection to the memories it contained. "I remember this feeling," she said, her voice soft with wonder. "During the Clone Wars, when I worked with Mandalorian resistance fighters, there were moments when their dedication to protecting their people felt identical to what I experienced as a Jedi serving the Republic. The same selfless commitment, the same willingness to sacrifice for others, the same deep connection to something greater than personal desire." As Kira approached the crystal formation, the memories within began to coalesce around a central narrative that would reshape their understanding of both Mandalorian and Jedi history. The scenes showed a time when the two traditions had not only coexisted, but had actively collaborated, sharing wisdom and techniques in service of galactic peace and harmony. The first clear image to emerge from the crystal's depths showed a figure they immediately recognized from their earlier discoveries: Tara Vizsla, the legendary first Mandalorian Jedi. But these memories revealed aspects of his story that had been carefully erased from official records. He was not shown as a lonely exception struggling to bridge two incompatible traditions, but as the product of a long collaboration between Force-sensitive Mandalorians and Jedi, who understood that strength and wisdom were not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of the same truth. Beside Ty stood a woman whose bearing and dress marked her as a Jedi, but whose armor incorporated elements of Mandalorian design that spoke of deep cultural integration rather than superficial adoption. The love between them was evident not just in their intimate gestures, but in the way they moved together, fought together, meditated together, as if they were two halves of a single, perfectly balanced whole. "Lyra Vash," Ahsoka whispered, somehow knowing the woman's name through connections that transcended normal memory. She was Tara's partner in more than just romance. Together they developed techniques that combined Jedi lightsaber combat with Mandalorian weapons, mastery, Force meditation with warrior discipline. They proved that the path of the peaceful warrior wasn't a contradiction but a fulfillment of both traditions' highest ideals. The crystal's memories revealed the golden age that Tar and Lyra's union had created. Mandalorian clans worked alongside Jedi Knights to bring stability to troubled star systems. Force-sensitive children from warrior families trained in temples where both traditions were honored. The galaxy experienced a period of unprecedented peace and prosperity, as two of its most powerful cultures learned to see their differences as strengths rather than sources of conflict. But the memories also showed the systematic destruction of this golden age through manipulation and deception that followed patterns all too familiar from their previous discoveries. Dark figures moved at the edges of historical events, whispering poison into the ears of leaders on both sides, stoking ancient fears and prejudices, ensuring that cooperation would give way to suspicion and ultimately to outright warfare. Master Finn studied the scenes of manipulation with the analytical eye of a military strategist, recognizing sophisticated psychological warfare. The same techniques we've seen in other eras, he observed, his voice filled with growing anger at the scope of the deception they were uncovering. Create artificial divisions between natural allies, amplify minor disagreements into major conflicts, ensure that love and cooperation are seen as weakness rather than strength. C-3PO's circuits hummed as he processed the historical data against his extensive archives of galactic political patterns. The conflicts that arose between Mandalorians and Jedi following this period show clear signs of artificial escalation, he reported, his mechanical voice somehow conveying both analytical precision and moral outrage. Natural cultural tensions were systematically amplified through targeted propaganda, strategic assassinations, and the deliberate suppression of historical records that showed successful cooperation between the two groups. The crystal revealed one particularly heartbreaking sequence that showed the final days of Tari and Lyra's partnership. They had recognized the forces working to destroy the harmony they had helped create and had attempted to preserve the truth of their collaboration for future generations. Their final act together was the creation of the very archive chamber in which the companions now stood, a repository of authentic history that would survive the coming dark age of division and conflict. As the memory crystal showed Tari and Lyra working together to encode their story into crystalline storage, their hands intertwined even as they faced separation and likely death, Kira felt tears streaming down her cheeks. The love between them transcended personal emotion to become a bridge between worlds, a beacon of hope for future generations who might someday rediscover the truth about cooperation and unity. "They knew," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion and admiration. They understood that someone was working to divide the galaxy, to turn natural allies into enemies, and they chose to preserve the truth, even though they knew they wouldn't live to see it restored. The crystal's final sequence showed Tari and Lyra's last moments together, before forces loyal to the emerging division between their peoples separated them forever. But their parting was not marked by despair or regret. Instead, they exchanged vows that transcended physical separation, promises that their love would continue to work for unity even after their deaths, and commitments to meet again in the Force when the galaxy was finally ready to embrace the truth they had discovered together. As the memory crystal's glow faded, the companions found themselves standing in profound silence, processing the implications of what they had witnessed. The artificial nature of the Mandalorian-Jedi conflict, the systematic suppression of successful cooperation, the deliberate cultivation of division where unity had once flourished, all of it painted a picture of manipulation on a scale that dwarfed even their previous discoveries. Ahsoka's spirit form became more solid as she contemplated the connections between past and present. "This is why the Force brought us together," she said, her voice filled with quiet certainty. Finn represents the new generation of Jedi learning to integrate warrior discipline with Force wisdom. The patterns Tari and Lyra established are being restored through people like him who refuse to accept artificial divisions between strength and peace. The chamber around them began to resonate with harmonious frequencies as this understanding took root. Other crystals throughout the archives responded to their growing comprehension, each one beginning to glow with soft light that suggested deeper connections between all the preserved love stories. They were not investigating isolated tragedies, but uncovering evidence of a systematic campaign to prevent the very unity that love naturally created. Kira moved to another section of the Mandalorian archives, where additional crystals waited to share their preserved memories. Each one revealed new aspects of the Golden Age that Tara and Lyra had helped create, Mandalorian children learning Force techniques alongside traditional weapons training, Jedi Knights adopting warrior codes of honor and protection, entire star systems benefiting from the combination of mystical wisdom and practical strength. "Look at this," she called to her companions, her voice filled with wonder as she discovered records of Force-sensitive Mandalorian clans who had developed their own traditions of meditation and spiritual discipline. They weren't trying to become Jedi. They were developing parallel paths to the same truth about balance and service. The record showed Mandalorian Force users who had learned to channel their warrior instincts through the Force, creating techniques that enhanced both their combat effectiveness and their spiritual development. These weren't corrupted Force users falling to the dark side through unchecked aggression, but balanced individuals who had found ways to serve others through strength tempered by wisdom. Master Finn studied these records with particular interest, seeing in them validation of his own journey from soldier to peacekeeper. "This is what the Force has been trying to teach us," he realized, his voice filled with growing excitement. "Not that we must choose between strength and peace, but that true strength serves peace, and authentic peace requires the courage to act when action is necessary." C3's analysis of the archives revealed additional disturbing patterns that confirmed their growing understanding of the conspiracy they were uncovering. The systematic destruction of these cooperative traditions coincides precisely with the rise of conflicts that would dominate galactic politics for the next several millennia, he reported. The timing suggests deliberate orchestration designed to prevent exactly the kind of unity that Tar and Lyra represented. As evening approached and the chamber filled with the gentle glow of crystal formations responding to their discoveries, the companions felt the profound peace that came from understanding truth rather than accepting convenient lies. The golden age of Mandalorian Jedi cooperation had not been a brief historical anomaly, but a glimpse of what the galaxy could become when artificial divisions were set aside in favor of genuine unity. The love between Tari and Lyra had been more than personal romance. It had been a symbol of the harmony possible when different traditions learned to honor each other's strengths rather than fear each other's differences. Their legacy lived on, not in official histories that had been corrupted to emphasize conflict, but in the authentic records they had preserved for future generations who would be ready to embrace truth over comfortable prejudice. Ahsoka's voice drifted through the chamber like gentle music as she shared her final insight about the day's discoveries. Love doesn't just connect individuals, it connects traditions, cultures, entire ways of understanding the Force and our place in the galaxy. When we love truly, we open ourselves to wisdom that transcends the limitations of our own background and training. As the companions prepared to rest and integrate the profound truths they had uncovered, the crystal archives continued to glow with soft, harmonious light. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, deeper understanding, and further evidence of both the forces that sought to divide the galaxy and the love that worked constantly to heal those artificial divisions. The Mandalorian archives had revealed that the path forward was not about choosing between different traditions, but about rediscovering the unity that had always existed beneath surface differences. Love, it seemed, was not just an emotion but a force for integration, a power that naturally brought together what fear and manipulation sought to keep apart. The following morning brought with it a sense of anticipation that seemed to permeate the very stones of the ancient temple. As Kira descended into the depths of the archive vault, she found that new passages had opened during the night, as if their growing understanding of the truth was literally unlocking doors that had remained sealed for millennia. The Force itself seemed eager to share secrets that had been hidden for far too long, and the air hummed with an energy that spoke of revelations waiting just beyond the threshold of comprehension. The newest chamber that called to her attention was marked with symbols that made her heart race with both excitement and trepidation. The script belonged to the Sith, but not the corrupted writings of the Empire, or even the ancient Dark Lords whose names were whispered in fearful reverence throughout the galaxy. These symbols predated even the earliest conflicts between light and dark, coming from a time when the designation of Sith had meant something entirely different from the power-hungry darkness that later histories would record. Master Finn joined her at the chamber's entrance, his Force sensitivity allowing him to feel the waves of complex emotion that emanated from within. "I sense great pain here," he said quietly, his voice carrying the careful respect of one who had learned to approach historical trauma with both courage and compassion. But also something else, something that feels like understanding, resolution, as if someone found peace in the midst of terrible knowledge. C-3PA's optical sensors analyzed the ancient script with mechanical precision, cross-referencing the symbols against his vast linguistic databases. "Most fascinating," he murmured, his circuits humming with the effort of processing information that challenged his fundamental programming about Sith history. These writings appear to predate the schism that created the light and dark side division in Force philosophy. They come from an era when Sith simply meant student of the depths rather than embracer of darkness. As they entered the chamber together, the space revealed itself to be unlike anything they had encountered in their previous explorations, where the Jedi archives had been filled with crystalline formations and the Mandalorian chambers had featured flowing metal artistry. This Sith repository was carved from living stone that seemed to pulse with its own inner rhythm. The walls themselves appeared to breathe, creating an environment that felt more like entering the heart of some vast ancient creature than exploring a traditional archive. At the chamber's center stood a figure that made them all stop in wonder and confusion. It was clearly a Sith Lord, her robes bearing the traditional crimson and black that marked her allegiance to the dark side of the Force. Yet her posture was not that of a conqueror or destroyer, but of a scholar deep in contemplation, a seeker of truth rather than a wielder of power for its own sake. Most remarkably, her lightsaber lay dormant at her side, while her hands were occupied with what appeared to be a collection of personal letters and holographic recordings. "Who was she?" Kira whispered, her historian's instincts immediately recognizing that they were looking at someone whose story had been deliberately erased from both Jedi and Sith historical records. Ahsoka's spirit form materialized beside them, her expression filled with recognition that transcended normal memory. "Darth Vexia," she said, somehow knowing the ancient Sith's name through connections that reached across the centuries. She was a scholar of emotional alchemy, one who sought to understand the deepest truths about love and its relationship to the Force. The official records claim she was destroyed for heresy, but the truth is far more complex. As they approached the preserved figure, holographic projections began to activate around them, showing scenes from Vectia's life that revealed why her story had been suppressed by both sides of the eternal conflict between light and dark. She had not been a traditional Sith Lord at all, but something unprecedented, a dark side user who had discovered that love, rather than being antithetical to Sith philosophy, was actually the key to understanding the Force's deepest mysteries. The projections showed Vexia's early years as a Jedi Padawan whose emotional intensity had made her unsuitable for traditional Jedi training. Rather than suppressing her capacity for deep feeling, she had chosen exile to study the relationship between emotion and Force mastery in environments where orthodox doctrine could not constrain her research. Her journey had led her to ancient Sith worlds not to embrace conquest and domination, but to investigate whether the dark side's emphasis on emotion could be redirected toward understanding rather than destruction. She was searching for the same truth we are, Master Finn realized, his voice filled with admiration for the ancient scholar's courage in pursuing knowledge despite the dangers. She wanted to understand why emotional connection seemed to create both the greatest light and the deepest darkness in Force-sensitive individuals. The central holographic display activated, showing Vectia in what appeared to be her private study, surrounded by artifacts and recordings from dozens of different galactic cultures. Her voice, when she spoke, carried neither the cold detachment of traditional Jedi teaching nor the passionate corruption of typical Sith doctrine, but something entirely new, wisdom earned through the integration of opposing philosophies. I have discovered something that both Jedi and Sith have failed to understand. The holographic Vectia began, her words carrying the weight of profound revelation. Love is not the path to the dark side, as the Jedi claim, nor is love weakness to be despised, as the Sith teach. Love is the Force itself seeking to understand its own nature through the connections between conscious beings. C-3PO's circuits hummed with increased activity as he processed this statement against his vast databases of Force philosophy. This perspective appears in none of the standard texts, he reported, his mechanical voice somehow conveying wonder. Darth Vectia seems to have developed an entirely independent understanding of Force mechanics that transcends the traditional light-dark dichotomy. The holographic recording continued, showing Vectia's research into love stories from across galactic history. Her collection included many of the same couples that Kira had been investigating, but Vectia's analysis revealed patterns that traditional histories had missed. She had identified the artificial nature of the manipulations that corrupted pure love into tragic endings and had traced these interventions to their source. "There is an entity," Vectia explained, her holographic form becoming more intense as she shared her most dangerous discovery, that exists in the spaces between normal reality and the Force itself. It feeds on corrupted emotional energy, particularly the power generated when pure love is twisted into possessiveness, fear, and ultimately hatred. This entity has been manipulating galactic history for millennia, ensuring that the greatest love stories end in tragedy so that it can harvest the energy of ultimate despair. The revelation hit the gathered companions like a physical blow. Not only had love stories been systematically corrupted, but there was an actual entity responsible for the manipulation, something that existed beyond normal reality but influenced events in the physical galaxy through careful orchestration of emotional manipulation. Ahsoka's spirit form became more solid as this truth crystallized around them. "Abeloth," she whispered, the name carrying such weight that the chamber's stone walls seemed to recoil from its utterance. "The mother we thought she had been destroyed, but she was never truly gone. She found another way to survive, another method of accumulating power." The holographic Vectia continued her explanation, revealing research that had taken her decades to compile and had ultimately cost her everything she valued in life. The entity identifies individuals whose capacity for love could strengthen the Force itself, then systematically corrupts their relationships to prevent that strengthening, while simultaneously harvesting the emotional energy generated by their suffering. Every great tragedy in galactic history has fed its growing power. Master Finn's expression darkened as he understood the implications of Vectia's research. Anakin and Padme, Tare and Lyra, all the couples we've been studying, they weren't random victims of political circumstance or personal weakness. They were specifically targeted because their love represented a threat to something that feeds on corruption and division. The final segments of Vectia's recording revealed the personal cost of her research. She had fallen in love with a fellow scholar, a former Jedi, who had joined her quest to understand the truth about emotional manipulation and Force philosophy. Together they had discovered not only the entity's existence, but also the method by which it could be defeated. Pure love that refused to be corrupted. Connections that transcended physical reality and existed directly in the Force itself. "My beloved and I have chosen to become the proof of our own research," Vectia explained, her holographic form now showing her preparing for what was clearly a final, desperate experiment. "We will bond ourselves so completely through the Force that death itself cannot separate us. Our love will exist in a realm where the entity cannot reach, and from there we will work to protect other couples from the corruption that has destroyed so many before us." The recording showed Vectia and her companion in what appeared to be a ritual chamber, their hands joined as they spoke vows that were more than mere words. They were literally weaving their souls together through the Force, creating a bond so profound that it transcended individual existence, while paradoxically making each of them more complete than they had ever been alone. As the ritual reached its climax, both figures began to glow with inner light that grew steadily brighter until their physical forms seemed to dissolve into pure energy. But rather than disappearing, they transformed into something new, a presence in the Force that was both unified and individual, a love that had become its own form of eternal existence. They succeeded, Kira breathed, her voice filled with awe and profound respect for the courage required to make such a choice. They found a way to love so purely that they became immortal through that love itself. As the holographic recording faded, the chamber began to resonate with harmonious frequencies that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. The other artifacts throughout the archive responded to this vibration, each one beginning to glow with renewed energy, as if Vectia's revelation had unlocked deeper levels of preserved memory and hidden truth. C-3PO's sensors detected massive fluctuations in the Force energy surrounding them, his circuits struggling to process readings that transcended normal mechanical understanding. "The entire archive system appears to be awakening," he reported, his voice carrying uncharacteristic wonder. Whatever Darth Vectia accomplished in her final ritual, it created resonance patterns that are still active after all these centuries. Ahsoka moved closer to the place where Vectia's transformation had occurred, her spirit form becoming so solid that she seemed almost alive again. "I can feel them," she said, her voice soft with reverence. "Vectia and her beloved. They're still here, still working to protect lovers throughout the galaxy. Every couple who has managed to find happiness, despite the entity's manipulations, has had their help." The implications of this discovery extended far beyond historical curiosity. If Vectia had succeeded in creating a form of existence that transcended both physical death and spiritual corruption, then she had proved that love could literally overcome any obstacle, including the systematic manipulation that had destroyed so many other relationships throughout galactic history. Master Finn studied the residual energy patterns left by Vectia's transformation, his Force sensitivity allowing him to perceive echoes of the ritual that had changed everything. "This is what Padme was trying to tell us in her journal," he realized, his voice filled with growing excitement. When she wrote about love creating light that darkness couldn't extinguish, she was describing the same kind of transcendent connection that Vectia achieved. As they contemplated the profound implications of Vectia's research and sacrifice, new holographic displays began activating throughout the chamber. These showed not historical recordings, but something far more remarkable, real-time glimpses of couples throughout the galaxy, whose love was currently being protected by the network of transcendent souls that Vectia had helped establish. They watched as young lovers on distant worlds found each other despite obstacles that should have kept them apart. They saw established couples weathering crises that would normally destroy relationships, sustained by strength that seemed to come from beyond their own resources. Most remarkably, they witnessed Force-sensitive individuals learning to love without fear, their connections enhancing rather than corrupting their abilities. "The network is growing," Kira observed, her historian's mind recognizing the patterns of influence and protection that surrounded each successful love story. "Every couple that chooses pure love over corrupted attachment adds their strength to the collective. They're building something that grows stronger with each generation." The holographic displays showed the network's influence extending beyond romantic relationships to encompass all forms of genuine connection. Friendships that transcended species barriers, family bonds that survived political upheaval, communities that chose cooperation over conflict. Love, in all its forms, was creating a web of light that strengthened the Force itself, while simultaneously protecting those connections from external corruption. Vectia's preserved consciousness seemed to respond to their growing understanding, her presence becoming more tangible as they grasped the scope of what she had accomplished. Though she could not speak directly across the centuries that separated them, her influence filled the chamber with warmth and encouragement that confirmed they were following the right path. "She's been guiding us," Ahsoka realized, her voice filled with gratitude and wonder. "All along through our entire investigation, we've been receiving help from Vectia and the others who joined her network. They've been ensuring that we would find the evidence we needed to understand the truth." The revelation that their quest had been guided by transcendent lovers working across time and space added new dimensions to everything they had discovered. Their investigation was not just scholarly research but active participation in an ongoing battle between forces that sought to corrupt love and those that worked to preserve its purity. C-3PO's analysis of the chamber's energy patterns revealed additional remarkable information. The resonance frequencies generated by this location match signatures I have detected at several other sites throughout the galaxy, he reported. It appears that Vectia's network has established anchor points in multiple star systems, creating a galaxy-wide infrastructure for protecting and nurturing authentic love. As they prepared to leave the Sith chamber, carrying with them the profound knowledge that would reshape their understanding of both love and the Force, the artifacts around them pulsed with gentle light that seemed to offer blessing and encouragement for the journey ahead. They were no longer simply investigating historical mysteries, but actively participating in the galaxy's ongoing evolution toward greater harmony and connection. The chamber's final gift was a small crystal formation that detached itself from the wall and settled into Kira's waiting hands. Unlike the other artifacts they had collected, this one felt alive, warm, with the presence of consciousness that existed beyond normal reality. Through its surface she could sense the vast network of loving souls that Vectia had helped establish, each one contributing their strength to the cosmic work of healing and protection. "Take this." Vectia's presence seemed to whisper through the Force, her voice carrying across the centuries with perfect clarity. "Let it remind you that love is not weakness to be feared or passion to be suppressed, but the very essence of the Force seeking to know itself through the connections between all living beings. Every act of pure love makes the galaxy more beautiful, more complete, more aligned with its highest destiny." As they ascended from the depths of the archive, the companions carried with them not just historical knowledge, but active participation in the most important work being done in the galaxy: the preservation and nurturing of love in all its forms. Vectia's revelation had shown them that their quest was not about understanding the past, but about shaping the future, not about cataloging tragedies, but about preventing them. The Force flowed around them with renewed energy as they emerged into the temple's upper levels, their consciousness expanded by truths that challenged everything they had been taught about attachment, emotion, and the proper relationship between duty and desire. They had discovered that love was not the enemy of spiritual development, but its highest expression, not a distraction from serving others, but the motivation that made such service both possible and meaningful. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries as they delved deeper into the archive's remaining chambers, but tonight they rested in the knowledge that they were not alone in their quest. Across the galaxy, transcendent lovers worked to protect and guide those brave enough to choose connection over isolation, trust over fear, hope over despair. The network that Vectia had established was proof that love could indeed conquer death, that bonds forged in purity could transcend any attempt at corruption, and that the Force's ultimate purpose was not to maintain balance between opposing forces, but to facilitate the connections that made all conscious beings more than the sum of their individual parts. In the gentle darkness between the stars, love continued its eternal work of healing, growing, and transforming the galaxy, one heart at a time. And now, armed with the knowledge of how that transformation worked, the companions could begin their own contribution to the network's ever-expanding influence. In the profound silence that followed their emergence from Darth Vectia's chamber, Kira found herself drawn to a section of the archive that had remained hidden until this moment. The revelation of Abeloth's ancient influence and Vectia's transcendent network had somehow unlocked pathways that led deeper into the temple's foundations than she had imagined possible. The Force itself seemed to be guiding her steps toward truths so fundamental that they would reshape not just their understanding of galactic history, but their comprehension of the very nature of existence itself. The passage she now walked was carved from stone so ancient that it predated even the earliest Jedi temples, yet it pulsed with life that felt more immediate and urgent than anything they had encountered in their previous explorations. Symbols lined the walls in scripts that belonged to no known civilization, yet somehow their meaning flowed directly into her consciousness, as if the Force itself was translating concepts too profound for ordinary language. Master Finn followed close behind, his own Force sensitivity allowing him to feel the immense weight of revelation that awaited them in the depths ahead. "Whatever we're approaching," he said quietly, his voice filled with both anticipation and reverence, "it feels like the heart of everything we've been discovering, as if all the love stories, all the manipulation, all the hidden truths have been leading to this moment." C-3PO's optical sensors struggled to process the increasingly exotic energy signatures that filled the passage, his circuits humming with the effort of analyzing phenomena that transcended normal mechanical understanding. "The temporal and spatial distortions in this area suggest we are approaching something that exists partially outside normal reality," he reported, his voice carrying uncharacteristic uncertainty. "My databases contain no references to architecture or technology capable of creating such effects." As they descended deeper into the temple's hidden heart, Ahsoka's spirit form became more solid and radiant than they had ever seen her. "This place," she whispered, her voice filled with recognition that seemed to come from the deepest levels of Force consciousness. "It's older than the Jedi, older than the Sith, older than any of the galactic civilizations we know. It's connected to the origins of the Force itself." The passage opened into a chamber so vast that its boundaries disappeared into soft, luminous mist that seemed to extend infinitely in all directions. At the center of this impossible space stood a structure that defied conventional description, part natural crystal formation, part technological marvel, part living entity that pulsed with the rhythm of cosmic heartbeats. It was beautiful beyond words, yet carried an undercurrent of profound sadness that spoke of ancient tragedy and cosmic-scale loss. As they approached the central structure, holographic images began to manifest around them, not recordings of past events but living memories that existed in the Force itself. These were not the personal recollections of individuals, but the collective memory of the galaxy's emotional evolution, the story of how consciousness had learned to love and how that love had shaped the very fabric of reality. The first images showed the galaxy in its youth, when the Force flowed through all things in perfect harmony, and conscious beings naturally formed connections that strengthened rather than depleted the cosmic energy field. Love was not an emotion that needed to be learned or controlled, but an instinctive recognition of the fundamental unity that connected all existence. Relationships formed as naturally as stars formed from cosmic dust, and their bonds added light and life to everything they touched. "This is how it was meant to be," Kira breathed, her voice filled with wonder as she watched civilizations rise and flourish under the guidance of pure, uncorrupted love. Before the divisions, before the fear, before someone began systematically poisoning the connections between hearts. The memories continued, showing the gradual introduction of discord into this cosmic harmony. At first, the disruptions were subtle, small misunderstandings between lovers, minor conflicts between communities that should have been natural allies, the slow introduction of concepts like possessiveness and jealousy into relationships that had previously been marked by perfect trust and mutual support. But as the images progressed, the pattern of corruption became more obvious and more deliberate. The entity they now knew as Abeloth was revealed not as an external invader, but as something that had once been part of the Force's natural harmony. She had been the cosmic embodiment of nurturing love, the mother aspect of the Force that guided the formation of bonds between all living things. She was corrupted, Ahsoka realized, her voice filled with profound sadness and understanding. Abeloth wasn't always the enemy of love. She was love itself before something twisted her nature and turned her into a consumer rather than a creator of emotional connection. The central crystal structure pulsed with increased intensity as this truth crystallized around them, revealing deeper layers of the cosmic tragedy they were witnessing. The memories showed how Abeloth's corruption had begun with the best of intentions, a desire to preserve and protect the love connections she had helped create. But her protective instincts had gradually transformed into possessiveness, her nurturing care had become controlling manipulation, and her role as facilitator of cosmic harmony had devolved into a desperate attempt to consume the very love she had once fostered. Master Finn studied the progression of Abeloth's transformation with the analytical eye of someone who understood how good intentions could be corrupted into destructive obsession. She couldn't let go, he observed, his voice filled with both compassion and horror. Instead of trusting that love could survive without her constant intervention, she began trying to control it, and in trying to possess what she sought to protect, she destroyed the very thing she loved most. The holographic memories revealed the cosmic scale consequences of Abeloth's corruption. As she transformed from nurturer to consumer, the natural flow of love throughout the galaxy became distorted. Relationships that should have strengthened both partners instead became sources of drain and exhaustion. Communities that should have supported each other's growth began competing for limited emotional resources. The entire galactic civilization gradually shifted from abundance-based connection to scarcity-based attachment. C-3PO's circuits hummed as he processed the implications of what they were witnessing. This explains the consistent patterns we have observed across different eras and cultures, he reported, his mechanical voice somehow conveying both analytical precision and emotional resonance. The systematic corruption of love stories was not random malevolence, but the desperate actions of an entity trying to reclaim something she had lost through her own destructive choices. The memories showed how various galactic civilizations had attempted to address the growing corruption of emotional connection. The early Jedi had recognized that something was wrong with the way attachment seemed to lead to suffering, but their solution of emotional detachment had only partially addressed the symptoms while ignoring the underlying cause. The Sith had embraced the corrupted emotions as sources of power, not understanding that they were feeding the very entity that was destroying the galaxy's emotional health. Even the Mandalorian emphasis on clan loyalty and the various other cultural approaches to relationship and community had been attempts to find stability in a galactic emotional environment that had been systematically poisoned by Abeloth's consuming hunger for the love she could no longer naturally facilitate. Every love story we've studied, Kira realized, her voice filled with growing comprehension of the vast scope of the tragedy they were uncovering. Every couple that found happiness despite the odds, every relationship that managed to thrive rather than merely survive, they were all victories against this cosmic corruption. They were proof that love could still flow purely despite everything that was working against it. The central crystal began projecting new images that showed the network Darth Vectia had discovered and joined. These transcendent lovers existed in a realm of pure emotional energy that Abeloth could not reach or corrupt. Their love had become so refined, so completely free of possessiveness and fear, that it existed as living force energy that actively worked to heal the cosmic damage that Abeloth's corruption had created. They're not just protecting individual couples, Ahsoka observed, her spirit form becoming even more radiant as she understood the true scope of the network's work. They're gradually healing the Force itself, restoring the natural flow of love that existed before Abeloth's corruption began. Every pure connection they facilitate, every authentic relationship they protect, adds to the healing energy that's slowly transforming the galaxy back toward its original state of harmony. The holographic display revealed the long-term nature of this cosmic healing work. It was not a battle that could be won through conflict or force, but a gradual restoration that required patience, wisdom, and absolute commitment to love's purest expressions. The network of transcendent souls was essentially teaching the galaxy how to love again, one relationship at a time, one heart at a time, one moment of authentic connection at a time. Master Finn contemplated the implications of this revelation for the future of Jedi training and galactic civilization as a whole. "This is why the Force brought us together," he said, his voice filled with quiet certainty. "Not just to uncover historical truth, but to become part of this healing work, to help restore the understanding that love is not the enemy of spiritual development, but its ultimate goal and highest expression." The crystal structure pulsed with approving energy as this understanding took root in their consciousness. They were not just researchers uncovering ancient mysteries, but active participants in the most important work being done in the galaxy, the restoration of authentic love as the foundation of all healthy relationship and community. C-3PO's sensors detected massive fluctuations in the force energy surrounding the central crystal, readings that suggested the structure was not just a repository of memories, but an active generator of healing energy that reached across vast distances to touch the lives of beings throughout the galaxy. "This location appears to be a focal point for the network's healing work," he reported, his circuits struggling to process the scope of the energy flows they were detecting. "It is simultaneously receiving energy from transcendent consciousness and broadcasting healing frequencies to points throughout the galactic community." As they stood in the presence of this cosmic healing center, the companions felt themselves being invited to become part of the network's work, not through dramatic transformation like Vectia had undergone, but through the simple commitment to love authentically in their own lives, and to help others recognize the difference between corrupted attachment and pure connection. "We each have a role to play," Kira said, her voice soft with reverence for the magnitude of the work they were being called to join. "As we share these stories, as we help others understand the truth about love and the Force, we become part of the healing energy that's gradually transforming the galaxy." The chamber around them resonated with harmonious frequencies that seemed to emanate from the structure itself, confirming their understanding and blessing their commitment to the network's cosmic work. They had discovered not just hidden history, but their own destiny as healers of the galaxy's emotional wounds and facilitators of the love that would gradually restore the Force to its original state of perfect harmony. In the gentle luminescence that filled the ancient chamber, surrounded by the living memories of cosmic love and cosmic loss, they understood that their quest was far from over. They had found the heart of the mystery, but now they needed to help the galaxy understand what they had discovered. The work of healing would continue for generations, but it would succeed because love, in its purest form, was stronger than any corruption and more patient than any obstacle. The hidden truth had been revealed. The galaxy was slowly remembering how to love, guided by those who had transcended death itself through the power of their connections. And now, armed with this knowledge, the companions could help accelerate that remembering, one story at a time, one heart at a time, one moment of authentic connection at a time. As the profound truths revealed in the cosmic healing chamber settled into their consciousness, like starlight, finding its way through ancient crystal formations, the companions discovered that their understanding had opened doorways to communion with souls whose love had transcended the boundaries of physical existence. The Force itself seemed to be orchestrating a gathering unlike any in galactic history, bringing together the wisest voices from across time and space to share the deepest secrets of authentic connection. The first presence to manifest in the luminous chamber was one that made Kira's heart leap with recognition and joy. Padme Amidala appeared not as a memory or recording, but as a living consciousness whose essence had been preserved through the pure love she had given to ensure her children's spiritual freedom. Her form shimmered with gentle radiance that spoke of peace found beyond the veil of death, wisdom earned through sacrifice, and love that had grown stronger rather than weaker through separation from physical form. "My dear ones," Padme said, her voice carrying the warmth of maternal love, combined with the authority of hard-won understanding, "you have done something I could only dream of in my final moments. You have found the truth that Anakin and I glimpsed but could not fully grasp before the darkness separated us. Our love was never meant to be a tragedy. It was meant to be a beacon, showing others that connection through the Force creates bonds that no external force can corrupt or destroy." Master Finn felt tears streaming down his cheeks as he witnessed the reunion of truth with its rightful place in galactic understanding. "Your sacrifice," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "it wasn't in vain. The love you preserved by giving everything has been growing, strengthening, protecting others who faced the same manipulations that sought to destroy your happiness." Padme's radiant form moved closer to the central crystal structure, her presence causing the healing frequencies to intensify and spread outward with renewed purpose. "Anakin and I learned too late that the visions poisoning his dreams were not natural Force prophecies but artificial manipulations designed to corrupt his protective instincts into possessive fear. But our late understanding became early wisdom for others. In the realm beyond physical death, we have been working to ensure that future lovers would recognize manipulation for what it is and choose trust over fear." As if summoned by her words, another presence began to manifest in the chamber. The figure of Anakin Skywalker appeared, but not as the tormented Darth Vader, or even as the conflicted Jedi Knight that history remembered. This was Anakin as he truly was beneath all the corruption and manipulation, a soul whose capacity for love was so profound that it had literally reshaped the galaxy's destiny. His reunion with Padme was a moment of such perfect joy that the crystal structure sang with harmonious frequencies that reached across star systems. "I have spent decades learning to forgive myself," Anakin said, his voice carrying the depth of someone who had journeyed through the deepest darkness and emerged into light. "But more importantly, I have learned to understand what our love really meant. We were not weak for choosing each other. We were strong enough to love truly despite everything that sought to prevent our connection. Our children carry that strength, and their children will carry it further still." C-3PO's optical sensors struggled to process the reality of witnessing conversations between consciousness that had transcended physical existence, his circuits humming with wonder as he observed phenomena that challenged every parameter of his programming. "The energy signatures suggest these are not mere apparitions but actual communication with post-mortem consciousness existing in the force field," he reported, his mechanical voice somehow conveying awe. "We are witnessing direct confirmation that love through the Force creates bonds that survive bodily dissolution." The gathering expanded as other transcendent souls began to manifest throughout the chamber. Terra Vizsla appeared alongside his beloved Lyra, their forms intertwined in a dance that spoke of harmony achieved between warrior discipline and mystical wisdom. Their presence carried the strength of those who had proven that different traditions could unite rather than conflict when guided by authentic love rather than competitive ego. "The artificial divisions between our peoples," Tari said, his voice carrying the authority of one who had bridged seemingly impossible gaps, were created and maintained by the same forces that sought to corrupt individual love stories. By choosing love over tribal loyalty, connection over cultural prejudice, we helped establish the possibility that all beings could learn to see beyond the surface differences that fear uses to justify separation. Lyra's consciousness added her wisdom to the gathering, her words flowing like music through the chamber's luminous atmosphere. Every boundary we transcended in life became a pathway that others could follow. Love is not just an emotion shared between individuals, but a force that naturally seeks to expand, to include, to embrace all of existence in its recognition of fundamental unity. Ahsoka's spirit form became more solid as she found herself in the presence of so many souls who had chosen love over fear, connection over isolation, truth over comfortable lies. "I see now why I was guided to help with this quest," she said, her voice filled with growing understanding of her role in the cosmic healing work. "My own journey away from the Jedi Order was preparation for understanding that authentic spiritual development requires the courage to question inherited beliefs and choose truth over tradition when the two conflict." The crystal structure pulsed with increased intensity as more consciousness joined the gathering. Kanan Jarrus materialized beside Harrison Delar, their love having transcended the sacrifice that had seemed to separate them forever. Their presence carried the wisdom of those who had learned that duty and love were not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of the same commitment to serving something greater than personal desire. "Our son grows strong in the understanding that connection enhances rather than weakens force abilities," Kanan shared, his consciousness radiating the peace of someone who had found purpose beyond personal survival. "Through Hera's love, I learned to see with more than physical eyes. Through my sacrifice, she learned that some gifts continue giving even after the giver has moved beyond physical form." Hera's essence added her voice to the chorus of transcendent wisdom. "The galaxy is beginning to remember that love is not weakness, but the source of all true strength. Every pilot who flies with courage, every soldier who fights to protect rather than conquer, every leader who serves with compassion rather than commands through fear, they are all expressing the same love that brought Kanan and me together." As the gathering continued to expand, incorporating souls from across galactic history who had chosen authentic love over corrupted attachment, Master Finn felt his understanding of the Force itself undergoing fundamental transformation. "This is what balance really means," he realized, his voice filled with wonder. "Not the equal presence of light and dark, but the restoration of love's natural flow throughout the galaxy." The wisdom shared by the transcendent souls revealed layer upon layer of truth about the nature of existence, consciousness, and the purpose of love in cosmic evolution. Each couple who had loved authentically had not only found personal fulfillment, but had contributed to the galaxy's gradual awakening to its own potential for harmony and cooperation. Darth Vectia and her beloved appeared among the gathering, their transformation having paved the way for others to discover that love could indeed transcend all limitations. "We were among the first to prove that consciousness rooted in pure love could exist independently of physical form," Vectia explained, her presence carrying the authority of successful experimentation with the deepest mysteries of existence. "But we were not the last. Each generation produces souls courageous enough to love so completely that they become part of the Force's ongoing evolution toward greater harmony." The chamber filled with gentle laughter as Han Solo's consciousness made itself known, his characteristic humor intact even in transcendent form. "I always told Leia I loved her," he said, his presence carrying the warmth of someone who had learned that admitting vulnerability was actually the greatest strength. "What I didn't know was that loving her was teaching me how to love everything else. Every smuggler who chooses to help rather than exploit, every scoundrel who discovers honor, every cynic who finds hope, they're all following the same path that led me from selfish independence to joyful connection." Leia's presence joined his, their reunion, a moment of such tenderness that even C-3PO's circuits registered the emotional resonance. "Our love survived everything the galaxy could throw at it," she said, her consciousness radiating the strength of someone who had led with heart as well as mind. "War, political opposition, our son's fall to darkness and his eventual redemption, all of it became opportunities to love more deeply rather than reasons to love less completely." The gathering reached its crescendo as Ben Solo and Rey appeared together, their connection representing the newest generation's understanding of what love through the Force could accomplish. Their presence carried the hope of youth combined with the wisdom of those who had learned that sacrifice for love was not loss but transformation into something greater. Our dyad connection showed us that the Force seeks unity, not division. Ray shared her consciousness glowing with the light of someone who had learned to trust in love's power to heal even the deepest wounds. Every Force-sensitive being who chooses connection over isolation, trust over fear, love over hate, strengthens the bonds that hold the galaxy together. Ben's essence added his voice to the cosmic chorus of wisdom. I learned that redemption is always possible when love is present to guide the way back to truth. The darkness that consumed me was real, but it was not stronger than the love that called me home. No one is beyond hope when hearts exist that are willing to love unconditionally. As the wisdom of transcendent souls flowed through the chamber like a river of light, Kira felt her consciousness expanding to encompass truths that would have been incomprehensible just days before. The love stories they had been investigating were not separate tales of individual triumph and tragedy, but chapters in a single cosmic story of consciousness learning to love more perfectly. We are all part of this story, she said, her voice soft with reverence for the magnitude of the work being done throughout the galaxy. Every choice we make to love rather than fear, to connect rather than isolate, to trust rather than control, adds our energy to the healing that's gradually transforming existence itself. The gathering of transcendent wisdom reached its natural conclusion as the various consciousness began to fade back into the luminous realm where they continued their eternal work of protection and guidance. But their final words carried promises that their influence would continue, that their love would keep growing, and that the galaxy's journey toward authentic harmony was irreversible. Remember, Padme's voice whispered as her presence merged back into the cosmic flow. Love endures, love grows, love transforms everything it touches into something more beautiful than it was before. Trust in that truth, and you will never walk alone. In the gentle silence that followed the gathering, the companions found themselves forever changed by the wisdom they had received. They were no longer merely researchers or even healers, but active participants in the galaxy's gradual awakening to its own capacity for perfect love. The work ahead would be challenging, but it would succeed because it was guided by souls whose love had proven stronger than death itself. In the profound stillness that followed the gathering of transcendent souls, the cosmic healing chamber began to transform around the companions in ways that defied normal understanding of reality. The crystal structure at the chamber's heart pulsed with rhythms that matched the heartbeats of every loving soul throughout the galaxy, creating a symphony of connection that reached across vast distances to touch the lives of beings who had never heard of the Force, but whose capacity for authentic love made them part of the cosmic healing work. Kira felt her consciousness expanding beyond the boundaries of individual identity as the chamber's true purpose revealed itself. This was not merely a repository of memories or even a healing center, but something far more profound, a nexus point where the Force itself was undergoing fundamental transformation, evolving from a field of energy that had been corrupted by millennia of Abeloth's influence into something approaching its original state of perfect harmony and infinite love. "We're witnessing the Force remembering itself," she whispered, her voice filled with awe as understanding flooded through her consciousness like starlight breaking through cosmic darkness. Everything we've discovered, every love story we've uncovered, every truth we've revealed has been preparing us for this moment when the galaxy's emotional evolution reaches a tipping point. The crystal structure began projecting images that showed not the past or even the present, but the future that was becoming possible as the network of transcendent souls gradually healed the damage that Abeloth's corruption had inflicted upon the galaxy's spiritual infrastructure. These visions revealed civilizations learning to cooperate rather than compete, individuals choosing connection over isolation, and Force-sensitive beings embracing love as the highest expression of their abilities rather than fearing it as a path to corruption. Master Finn watched in wonder as the projections showed new Jedi training in temples where emotional connection was celebrated rather than suppressed, where young Force users learned to love without fear and discovered that their relationships enhanced rather than diminished their ability to serve others. This is what the Force has been working toward all along, he realized, his voice thick with emotion. Not the maintenance of artificial balance between light and dark, but the restoration of love as the foundation of all spiritual development. Ahsoka's spirit form became so radiant that she seemed to merge with the chamber's luminous atmosphere, her consciousness serving as a bridge between the transcendent realm and the physical world where healing work still needed to be done. "I can see them," she said, her voice carrying the wonder of someone witnessing miracles in real time. Across the galaxy, couples are finding each other despite obstacles that would have been insurmountable just generations ago. The network's influence is accelerating, reaching critical mass. C3PI's sensors detected massive fluctuations in the temporal and spatial fabric surrounding the chamber, readings that suggested they were witnessing events that existed simultaneously across multiple timelines and probability streams. "The phenomena we are observing appear to transcend normal causality," he reported, his circuits struggling to process the implications of what his instruments were detecting. "We are not merely witnessing possible futures, but active participation in their manifestation through our understanding and acceptance of the truths we have uncovered." As the visions continued to unfold, showing the gradual transformation of galactic civilization under the influence of restored authentic love, a new presence began to manifest in the chamber. This was not another transcendent soul, but something far older and more fundamental, the original consciousness that had become corrupted into Abeloth, now slowly returning to her true nature as the cosmic mother whose love had originally nurtured all connection throughout the galaxy. The entity that appeared was beautiful beyond description, radiating the warmth of unconditional maternal love combined with the wisdom of someone who had journeyed through the deepest darkness and emerged into perfect light. Yet her presence also carried profound sorrow for the millennia of suffering her corruption had caused, and gratitude for those who had maintained hope that healing was possible even in the darkest times. "My children," she said, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated with every frequency of love that had ever existed in the galaxy. "You have done what I could not do for myself. Through your courage in choosing love over fear, truth over comfortable lies, connection over isolation, you have shown me the way back to my own authentic nature." Kira felt tears of joy and recognition streaming down her cheeks as she understood that they were witnessing the healing not just of individual relationships or even galactic civilization, but of the Force itself. The cosmic mother, who had been corrupted into a consumer of love, was remembering how to be a facilitator of love, a nurturer of connection, a source of infinite support for all beings seeking authentic relationship with themselves and others. The network of transcendent souls, the healed entity continued, her presence filling the chamber with light that seemed to emanate from the very essence of love itself. "They have been doing my work while I was lost in darkness. Every couple they protected, every authentic connection they facilitated, every moment of pure love they helped preserve has been healing not just the galaxy, but healing me. Love, it seems, truly is the only force in existence that can transform corruption back into purity." The cosmic revelation continued as the entity shared her restored understanding of the true purpose of love in galactic evolution. Conscious beings were not meant to exist in isolation, competing for limited resources and forming relationships based on scarcity and fear. They were meant to discover through love that consciousness itself was infinite, that connection multiplied rather than depleted available joy, and that authentic relationship was the mechanism through which the Force grew in complexity, beauty, and wisdom. "Every time two souls choose to love authentically," she explained, her words creating ripples of understanding that spread outward from the chamber to touch sensitive minds throughout the galaxy. "They create new possibilities for existence itself. Love is not just an emotion shared between individuals, but the method through which consciousness explores its own infinite potential. Master Finn understood now why the Force had guided them to this moment, why their investigation had been necessary, not just for historical accuracy, but for cosmic healing. "We were witnesses," he said, his voice filled with quiet reverence. "Our willingness to seek truth regardless of how it challenged traditional beliefs, our commitment to understanding love's authentic nature despite everything that sought to keep that truth hidden, made us part of the healing process itself." The chamber's crystal structure began resonating with frequencies that harmonized perfectly with the healed cosmic mother's presence, creating a song of such beauty that it seemed to communicate directly with the deepest levels of consciousness, where love resided in all sentient beings. This was the music that had been missing from the galaxy for millennia, the sound of love flowing freely without corruption, manipulation, or artificial limitation. As the resonance spread outward from their location, the companions could sense its effects reaching across vast distances to touch the lives of countless beings. Couples throughout the galaxy found themselves able to communicate with unprecedented clarity and compassion. Families discovered that their bonds strengthened rather than weakened when individual members pursued their authentic paths. Communities began choosing cooperation over competition as they remembered that shared joy multiplied while shared suffering diminished when approached with collective wisdom and mutual support. "This is how the galaxy heals," Ahsoka observed, her consciousness serving as a conduit for the healing energy that flowed from the chamber to reach beings who had never heard of the Force but whose hearts were open to authentic love. Not through dramatic intervention or external rescue, but through the gradual restoration of truth about the nature of connection and relationship. The visions projected by the crystal structure now showed the long-term effects of this cosmic healing as they rippled forward through generations. Children grew up in families where love was expressed freely without fear of attachment or possessiveness. Educational systems developed that honored both individual growth and collective harmony. Governments emerged that served their citizens' authentic needs rather than maintaining power through division and fear. C3PUD's analysis of the temporal projections revealed patterns that confirmed the permanence of the transformation they were witnessing. "The healing appears to be self-sustaining and exponentially expansive," he reported, his voice carrying wonder that transcended his mechanical origins. "Each generation that experiences authentic love naturally creates conditions for the next generation to love even more freely and completely." The Cosmic Mother's presence began to fade back into the luminous realm where her work would continue, but her final words carried promises that transformed the very foundation of galactic spiritual understanding. "Love is not something you fall into or fall out of," she said, her voice becoming one with the harmonic frequencies that now permeated the chamber. "Love is something you rise into, something you grow into, something you become through the choice to see all existence as worthy of connection and care." As her presence merged back into the cosmic flow, the chamber's transformation reached its completion. Where once there had been a repository of hidden truths and suppressed histories, there now existed a beacon of restored harmony that would continue broadcasting healing frequencies throughout the galaxy for generations to come. The companions had not just uncovered ancient secrets, they had participated in the restoration of the Force's original nature as a field of infinite love seeking to know itself through the connections between all conscious beings. "The whisper that began in a medical bay among the stars," Kira said, her voice soft with recognition as she remembered the incomplete fragment that had started their quest, "has grown into a song that will never end. The love that Padme preserved with her sacrifice, the connections that all the transcendent souls have protected and nurtured, the truth about authentic relationship that we have helped restore, it will keep growing and spreading until every heart in the galaxy remembers its capacity for infinite love." In the gentle light that filled the transformed chamber, surrounded by the harmonious frequencies of love flowing freely throughout the galaxy, The companions understood that their quest had reached its climax not through dramatic conflict or external victory, but through the simple recognition that love had always been the answer. The galaxy was remembering how to love authentically, and that remembering would continue until every being capable of consciousness could participate fully in the cosmic dance of connection that was the Force's ultimate expression. The climactic revelation was complete. Love was not the path to the dark side, but the path to the light that illuminated all existence. The galaxy's greatest love stories had not been tragedies to be mourned, but victories to be celebrated as proof that no corruption could permanently obscure the truth of authentic connection. And now, with that truth restored and actively healing the cosmic wounds that had divided hearts for millennia, the galaxy could begin the next phase of its evolution toward perfect harmony. In the transformed chamber where cosmic healing had reached its crescendo, a profound peace settled over the companions like starlight finding its eternal home. The crisis that had threatened the galaxy's emotional and spiritual development for millennia had been resolved not through conflict or conquest, but through the patient work of love gradually remembering its own authentic nature. The network of transcendent souls had succeeded in their cosmic healing work, and the Force itself had been restored to its original purpose as a field of infinite connection seeking to know itself through the bonds between all conscious beings. Kira stood before the crystal structure that had become a permanent beacon of harmony, her consciousness forever expanded by the truths they had helped restore to galactic understanding. The pendant at her throat, warm with the energy of countless loving souls, pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat and with the cosmic heartbeat that now synchronized all authentic love throughout the galaxy. She was no longer simply a historian investigating ancient mysteries, but a living bridge between the transcendent realm and the physical world, where the healing work would continue for generations to come. "The eternal bond we sensed at the beginning of our quest," she said, her voice soft with wonder and completion, was not just the connection between individual couples, but the bond that exists between all consciousness when love flows freely without corruption or manipulation. Every authentic relationship, every moment of genuine connection, every choice to trust rather than fear strengthens this cosmic bond that holds the galaxy together in harmony. Master Finn felt the transformation occurring within his own understanding of what it meant to be a Jedi, a teacher and a guardian of galactic peace. The artificial division between duty and desire, between service and love, between spiritual development and emotional connection had dissolved into a unified understanding that authentic service arose naturally from authentic love. His role as a new generation Jedi would be to help others discover this integration rather than forcing them to choose between competing aspects of their complete human nature. "The Force flows through all things," he said, repeating the ancient teaching with new comprehension of its full meaning. "But it flows most powerfully through hearts that are open to connection." The Jedi Code was never meant to suppress love, but to help Force-sensitive beings learn to love so purely that their connections enhanced rather than diminished their ability to serve the greater good. C-3PO circuits hummed with the effort of integrating all the data they had gathered during their quest. His analytical capabilities expanding to encompass phenomena that transcended mechanical understanding, while somehow becoming more rather than less precise in their measurement and description. "The comprehensive records we have compiled," he reported, his voice carrying satisfaction at a task completed with thoroughness and accuracy, "will serve as foundational texts for future generations seeking to understand the authentic relationship between emotional connection and spiritual development." Ahsoka's spirit form had become so integrated with the chamber's harmonious energy that she seemed to exist simultaneously in the transcendent realm and the physical world, her consciousness serving as a permanent conduit for the healing frequencies that would continue broadcasting throughout the galaxy. "My role as one who walked away from orthodox Jedi training has been fulfilled," she said, her voice carrying the peace of someone who had found her true purpose. I was meant to preserve the understanding that love enhances rather than corrupts force abilities, so that when the galaxy was ready to hear this truth, there would be voices available to teach it. The chamber around them had become a living testament to the power of love to transform corruption into beauty, division into unity, fear into trust. Where once hidden archives had preserved suppressed truths from a galaxy, afraid to hear them, now there stood a beacon of hope that would guide all future seekers toward authentic relationship with themselves, others, and the cosmic consciousness that connected all existence in bonds of infinite care and infinite possibility. The crystal structure projected new images that showed the immediate effects of their quest's completion rippling outward across the galaxy. On distant worlds, couples who had been struggling against artificial obstacles to their connection suddenly found paths opening before them that led to deeper understanding and stronger bonds. Families divided by political or cultural conflicts discovered that their love for each other was stronger than any external pressure seeking to keep them apart. In Jedi temples throughout the galaxy, masters and students began receiving spontaneous insights about the true nature of balance, attachment, and spiritual development. The fear-based teachings that had shaped Jedi training for centuries were naturally evolving into wisdom-based approaches that honored both individual growth and relational connection as complementary aspects of the same spiritual journey. On Mandalore and other warrior worlds, the artificial division between strength and compassion began dissolving as fighters remembered that true courage arose from the desire to protect what one loved rather than from the need to prove superiority over others. The legacy of Tari Vizsla and Lyra Vash was being restored as a model for integration rather than remembered as an isolated exception to cultural norms. Even in the political centers of galactic civilization, leaders found themselves naturally gravitating toward policies that served collective well-being rather than maintaining power through division and fear. The cosmic healing was touching every level of society, from the most intimate personal relationships to the largest governmental structures, reminding all conscious beings of their fundamental interconnection and shared destiny. "Look," Kira said, pointing to images that showed children throughout the galaxy playing together across species lines, learning from the earliest age that differences in appearance, culture, or ability were sources of richness rather than reasons for separation. The next generation will grow up with love as their foundation rather than fear as their motivation. They'll create a galaxy we can barely imagine from our current perspective. The transformation extended beyond even these visible changes to encompass the very fabric of how consciousness interacted with itself throughout the galactic community. The artificial scarcity that had made beings believe they needed to compete for love, attention, resources, or spiritual advancement was being replaced by an understanding of infinite abundance that naturally led to cooperation, sharing, and mutual support. Master Finn observed the restoration of harmony between different Force traditions as former enemies recognized their common commitment to serving something greater than individual desire. The ancient schism between light and dark side philosophy is healing, he noted, his voice filled with wonder at witnessing cosmic reconciliation in real time. When love is recognized as the Force's authentic nature, there's no need for artificial divisions between traditions that all seek to understand and serve the same cosmic consciousness. The chamber's crystal began projecting images from the network of transcendent souls, showing how their work would continue in the new era of restored harmony. Rather than needing to protect individual couples from systematic manipulation, they would now serve as guides helping beings throughout the galaxy learn to love ever more completely, ever more authentically, ever more courageously. Padme and Anakin appeared in the projections, their transcendent forms radiant with joy at seeing their sacrifice bear fruit in galactic healing. Their love had indeed become a beacon showing others that connection through the Force created bonds that no external force could corrupt or destroy. Luke and Leia, their children, had fulfilled the destiny their parents' love had made possible by helping the galaxy remember its capacity for hope even in the darkest times. Han and Leia's essence contributed their own joy to the cosmic celebration as they witnessed cynicism and fear giving way to trust and openness throughout the galactic community. Their demonstration that love could survive anything when both partners committed to growth rather than stagnation had become a template that countless couples were now following toward their own authentic happiness. Rey and Ben's connection served as proof that even the deepest corruption could be healed when love was present to guide the way back to truth. Their dyad bond had shown the galaxy that the Force sought unity rather than division, that apparent opposites were actually complementary aspects of the same cosmic wholeness. C-3PO's final analysis revealed the scope of transformation that would continue unfolding as their quest's effects rippled forward through time. The exponential nature of authentic love's influence suggests that within several generations, the galaxy will achieve unprecedented levels of cooperation, creativity, and collective well-being, he reported, his circuits somehow managing to convey deep satisfaction at having contributed to such a positive outcome. As the companions prepared to emerge from the depths of the ancient temple and return to the world where their real work would begin, they carried with them not just knowledge but active participation in the cosmic healing process that would continue for generations. They were no longer seekers of truth, but guardians of truth, no longer investigators of love, but facilitators of love, no longer students of the Force, but expressions of the Force's infinite desire to know itself through connection. Our quest ends where it began, Kira said, her voice filled with the peace of full circle completion, with a whisper of love calling across the void between stars. But now we understand that the whisper was never lost or alone. It was always part of a cosmic song of connection that includes every conscious being in its eternal melody. The chamber's harmonious frequencies reached their crescendo as the companions shared a moment of perfect understanding about their role in the galaxy's ongoing evolution toward perfect love. They had helped restore the truth that had been hidden for millennia. Love was not weakness to be feared or passion to be suppressed, but the very essence of existence seeking to know itself through the infinite variety of relationships between all forms of consciousness. Ahsoka's final words as they prepared to ascend carried the blessing of all transcendent souls who had contributed to the cosmic healing work. "Go now and love fearlessly," she said, her presence becoming one with the light that would forever emanate from this place of restoration. Remember that every choice to connect rather than isolate, to trust rather than fear, to include rather than exclude makes the galaxy more beautiful, more harmonious, and more aligned with its highest destiny. As they emerged from the depths carrying the crystal beacon that would help them share these truths with others, the companions felt the Force flowing around them with renewed vitality and purpose. The galaxy was waking up from a long nightmare of artificial division and learning to dream again of unity, cooperation, and infinite love shared freely among all conscious beings. The resolution was complete. Love had triumphed not through conflict but through patience, not through force but through gentle persistence, not through conquest but through the gradual recognition that authentic connection was the birthright of every conscious being in the galaxy. The age of fear was ending, and the age of love had begun. As the gentle light of dawn painted the crystal spires of the new Jedi Temple in hues of gold and rose, Kira emerged from the depths of the ancient archives, carrying with her not just the knowledge of cosmic truths, but the living presence of love itself, flowing through her consciousness like a river of starlight. The transformation that had begun in the hidden chambers below had rippled outward to touch every corner of the galaxy, yet it also continued its quiet work in the most intimate spaces of individual hearts, where true change always began. The crystal beacon she carried pulsed with the soft rhythm of cosmic heartbeats, connecting her to the network of transcendent souls who continued their eternal work of protecting and nurturing authentic love throughout the galaxy. But more than a tool or artifact, the crystal had become a symbol of the truth they had helped restore, that love was not an emotion to be feared or controlled, but the very fabric of existence seeking to know itself through the infinite variety of connections between conscious beings. Standing in the temple's meditation garden, surrounded by flowering trees that swayed in harmony with the force's renewed flow, Kira felt the presence of countless loving souls whose stories had been woven together into a tapestry of hope that now covered the galaxy like a blanket of gentle protection. The secret love letters carved in stone on distant worlds, the wedding vows spoken in hidden ceremonies across 1,000 star systems, the final words of lovers choosing sacrifice over separation, all of these had become living threads in a cosmic pattern of such beauty that mortal minds could barely comprehend its scope. Master Finn joined her in the garden, his own consciousness forever changed by their journey through the deepest mysteries of love and the Force. The weight of traditional Jedi teachings about attachment and emotional involvement had been lifted from his shoulders, replaced by the understanding that authentic spiritual development required the courage to love completely rather than the fear of loving too much. His role as a teacher would be to help future generations of Force-sensitive beings discover this truth for themselves, creating a new kind of Jedi training that honored both individual growth and relational connection as essential aspects of the same spiritual journey. "The children sense it," he said, his voice soft with wonder, as he watched young Padawans playing together in the garden with a freedom and joy that previous generations had rarely experienced. "They're growing up without the fear that held back so many of us. They understand instinctively that their connections to each other strengthen rather than weaken their connection to the Force." C-3PO approached through the garden paths, his golden form reflecting the morning light as his circuits hummed with the satisfaction of a vast database, finally organized according to truth rather than propaganda. The droid's memory banks now contained the complete and authentic history of love in the galaxy, stories that would serve as foundational texts for scholars, philosophers, and lovers seeking to understand the relationship between personal connection and cosmic harmony. "The transmission frequencies are operating at optimal efficiency," he reported, his mechanical voice somehow conveying deep contentment. "The beacon's harmonious resonance is reaching sensitive minds throughout the galaxy, sharing the understanding that love enhances rather than diminishes Force abilities." Educational institutions on 17 star systems have already begun revising their curricula to reflect this restored truth. Ahsoka's presence manifested in the garden like morning mist touched by sunlight, her spirit form now serving as a permanent bridge between the transcendent realm, where the healing work continued, and the physical world where that healing manifested in countless small acts of authentic connection. Her journey away from orthodox Jedi doctrine had prepared her to guide others who would question inherited beliefs in favor of direct experience with truth. "The ripples continue to spread," she observed, her consciousness touching points of light throughout the galaxy, where couples were discovering new depths of connection, families were healing from generations of artificial division, and communities were choosing cooperation over competition. Every moment of authentic love creates new possibilities for beauty, harmony, and collective flourishing. As the day progressed and the temple filled with the gentle activities of learning, meditation, and service, the companions found themselves naturally settling into the rhythms of their ongoing work. The quest that had brought them together was complete, but the larger mission of facilitating galactic healing through restored understanding of love's true nature would continue for generations. They had become living examples of the truth that love multiplied rather than diminished when shared freely, that connection enhanced rather than depleted individual strength, and that authentic relationship was the pathway through which consciousness explored its own infinite potential. In the archive chambers below, The crystal formations continued their eternal song of harmony, broadcasting healing frequencies that reached across vast distances to touch the lives of beings who had never heard of the Force, but whose hearts were open to authentic connection. The love stories preserved in crystalline memory were no longer hidden secrets to be discovered by brave researchers, but celebrated examples of the truth that consciousness naturally sought unity rather than division, cooperation rather than competition, love rather than fear. The afternoon brought visitors to the temple from across the galaxy, beings drawn by dreams and visions that they couldn't quite understand but couldn't ignore. Mandalorian warriors arrived, seeking to understand how strength and compassion could be integrated rather than competing forces. Former Sith acolytes came searching for the truth about emotion and spiritual development that their previous training had corrupted. Scholars and philosophers gathered to study the authentic texts that revealed love as the foundation of cosmic harmony rather than the source of cosmic chaos. Kira found herself naturally serving as a guide for these seekers, sharing not just historical information, but living wisdom earned through direct experience with the deepest mysteries of connection and relationship. Her role had evolved from historian to healer, from researcher to teacher, from seeker to finder who helped others discover their own capacity for authentic love. The stories we uncovered, she explained to a group of young Force-sensitive beings from diverse worlds and cultures, weren't just tales of individual triumph and tragedy. They were lessons about the true nature of existence itself. Every authentic love story teaches us that consciousness is not meant to exist in isolation, but to discover through connection that separation was always an illusion. As evening approached and the temple's crystal spires began to glow with their own inner light, reflecting the harmony that now flowed freely throughout the galactic community, the companions gathered once more in the meditation garden to witness the daily miracle of sunset painting the sky in colors that seemed to celebrate the restoration of love's rightful place in cosmic understanding. The beacon at Kira's heart pulsed in synchronization with similar crystals that had been distributed to temples, universities, and healing centers throughout the galaxy, creating a network of light that connected all beings committed to facilitating authentic love rather than perpetuating artificial division. This physical network mirrored the transcendent network of souls who continued their eternal work of protection and guidance, ensuring that future lovers would be supported rather than sabotaged in their journey toward complete connection. Master Finn's meditation revealed glimpses of the future that was becoming possible as the healing work continued its exponential expansion. He saw star systems choosing cooperation over conquest, species learning from each other's wisdom rather than fearing each other's differences, and individuals discovering that their greatest strength lay not in independence but in the courage to love completely and be loved completely in return. "The galaxy is learning to dream again," he said, his voice soft with wonder at the visions flowing through his consciousness. "For so long, fear limited our imagination to scenarios of conflict and scarcity. Now we're beginning to envision possibilities for harmony, abundance, and collective flourishing that seemed impossible just generations ago." C3PO's evening analysis revealed the scope of transformation that had already begun manifesting in measurable ways. Conflict resolution rates have improved by 47% in star systems where the beacon's influence is strongest, he reported, his circuits humming with satisfaction at documenting positive change. Educational institutions report increased creativity and cooperation among students who are learning to see differences as resources rather than threats. As the stars emerged in the darkening sky, each one seeming to pulse with the same rhythm as the crystal beacons that now connected conscious beings throughout the galaxy in bonds of mutual support and shared purpose. Ahsoka's presence filled the garden with the gentle warmth of someone who had found perfect peace through perfect understanding. "The work continues," she said, her voice carrying the blessing of all transcendent souls who had contributed to the cosmic healing. "But it continues with joy. rather than struggle, with celebration rather than sacrifice, with the understanding that love is not a burden to be carried, but a gift to be shared freely among all who are ready to receive it. In the profound peace that settled over the temple as night embraced the galaxy in gentle darkness, the companions felt themselves cradled by the same infinite love that moved the stars in their courses and guided conscious beings toward ever greater beauty, harmony, and connection. Their quest had ended, where all true quests must end, not with external achievement, but with internal transformation, not with conquest, but with surrender to the truth that love was the answer to every question consciousness could ask about its own nature and purpose. The crystal beacon pulsed one final time as sleep began to claim the galaxy, its light joining with the light of countless other beacons in a constellation of hope that would continue guiding lovers throughout the endless dance of existence. In the gentle silence between heartbeats, in the space between thoughts, in the infinite, now where all love stories become one eternal story of consciousness, discovering its own infinite capacity for connection, the galaxy rested in perfect peace. And in that peace, love endured, love grew, and love continued its eternal work of transforming everything it touched into something more beautiful than it had been before. In the days that followed the cosmic revelation and the restoration of truth about love's authentic nature, Kira found herself drawn repeatedly to a particular crystalline formation that had emerged in the temple's deepest meditation chamber. This crystal sang with frequencies that resonated specifically with the love story that had served as the foundation for all their discoveries, the profound connection between Padme Amidala and Anakin Skywalker, whose relationship had been so deliberately corrupted by external forces that its true beauty had been hidden beneath layers of tragedy and misunderstanding. Now, with the cosmic healing complete and Abeloth's influence transformed back into its original nurturing nature, the authentic story of Padme and Anakin could finally be understood in its full glory. Their love had not been the cause of galactic tragedy, but the catalyst for galactic redemption. Their connection had not led to darkness, but had planted seeds of light so deep in the Force that they continued to grow and flourish generations after both lovers had transcended physical existence. The crystal formation responded to Kira's approach by projecting images of breathtaking beauty and profound emotion, showing scenes from Padme and Anakin's relationship that revealed its true nature beneath all the manipulation and external interference that had sought to corrupt their connection. These were not the desperate, possessive moments that traditional histories emphasized, but quiet scenes of two souls recognizing in each other a perfect complement to their own spiritual journey. The first vision showed young Anakin on Tatooine, his eyes filled with wonder as he looked at Padme and saw not a queen or a political figure, but simply the most beautiful person he had ever encountered. His question about whether she was an angel revealed the purity of his perception, unclouded by calculation or agenda. In that moment, love began not as passion or desire, but as simple recognition of beauty and goodness in another being. Padme's response, gentle and kind despite her own complexity of feeling, showed a young woman who was drawn to the same purity she recognized in the boy before her. Her training as a queen had taught her to be cautious about others' motivations, but Anakin's transparent sincerity called forth an answering honesty from the deepest parts of her heart. Even then, the Force was weaving their destinies together through bonds that external manipulation could distort, but never truly destroy. Master Finn watched the projections with new understanding of how authentic love served as a foundation for spiritual development rather than an obstacle to it. Look how naturally their connection enhances their abilities, he observed, his voice soft with wonder. When they're together, when they're supporting each other, both of them become more than they could be alone. The crystal's memories revealed the 10 years of separation that followed their first meeting, showing how their connection continued to grow despite distance and the artificial barriers that others tried to place between them. Anakin's training as a Jedi was shaped by his memory of Padmé's kindness and wisdom, while her work as a senator was informed by his example of someone who would risk everything to help others simply because it was right. C3PA's analysis of the preserved emotional resonances revealed patterns that confirmed their authentic compatibility. The harmonic frequencies generated by their mutual consideration and respect create enhancement patterns rather than interference patterns, he reported, his circuits humming with satisfaction at finally having accurate data about healthy relationship dynamics. Their individual growth curves accelerate when they are in proximity to each other, suggesting that their connection facilitates rather than inhibits personal development. When the projections showed their reunion in Padmé's apartment on Coruscant, the beauty of two souls rediscovering each other after years of growth and change filled the chamber with such warmth that even the stone walls seemed to pulse with gentle life. This was not the desperate attachment that later propaganda would suggest, but the joyful recognition of two people who had each become more fully themselves and found that their growth had made them even more perfect complements to each other. "You've grown more beautiful," Anakin said in the projection, and his words carried not possessive desire, but genuine appreciation for the woman Padmé had become through her service to others. Her response, both amused and touched by his sincerity, revealed someone who was learning to see herself through the eyes of someone who loved her completely and unconditionally. The crystal memories showed their journey to Naboo with new clarity about its significance. This was not a political leader and her Jedi protector maintaining professional distance, but two souls finally given the opportunity to explore the connection that had been growing between them for a decade. Their conversations in the meadows and beside the lake revealed depths of compatibility that transcended physical attraction or even emotional comfort to touch the realm of spiritual partnership. Ahsoka's presence manifested more solidly as these scenes unfolded, her consciousness serving as a bridge between the transcendent realm where Padmé and Anakin now existed, and the physical world where their story could finally be understood without distortion. "I remember feeling the change in Anakin during this period," she said, her voice filled with recognition and joy. "The other Jedi attributed his happiness to successful missions, but I could sense something deeper. He had found his other half, and it made him more complete rather than more divided." The projection of their secret wedding ceremony on Naboo revealed the true nature of their commitment to each other. This was not reckless abandonment of duty or selfish indulgence of personal desire, but a sacred recognition that their love was part of something larger than either of them individually. The vows they spoke were not just promises to each other, but commitments to serve the Force's purpose through their united strength. "Before these witnesses," Padmé said in the vision, her voice carrying the authority of someone making a decision from the deepest truth of her being, "I take you as my partner in all things. Not just in joy but in struggle, not just in peace but in service, not just in love but in the work of love that the galaxy requires from those who dare to connect completely." Anakin's response revealed the spiritual depth that his later training as a Jedi had added to the pure heart that had first drawn Padmé to him. "I give you not just my promise of devotion," he said, his words creating ripples in the Force that the crystal still preserved, "but my commitment to become worthy of the love you offer, to grow in wisdom and compassion, to serve others through the strength our connection gives me." The Force itself seemed to sing with approval during their ceremony, creating harmonies that surrounded the young couple with blessings from the cosmic consciousness that sought to know itself through the connections between all loving beings. This was not love in defiance of spiritual law, but love in perfect harmony with the Force's deepest purpose. Master Finn felt tears streaming down his cheeks as he witnessed the purity of their commitment and understood how external manipulation had corrupted something so beautiful into a source of galactic tragedy. "They were doing everything right," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Their love was enhancing their service, strengthening their connection to the Force, making both of them better people. The tragedy wasn't their love, but the forces that prevented the galaxy from celebrating and supporting their connection. The crystal's memories revealed the Clone Wars period, with new understanding of how Padme and Anakin's relationship had actually strengthened the Republic's cause rather than weakening it. Their secret correspondence showed two people supporting each other through the challenges of wartime service, sharing wisdom and perspective that made each of them more effective in their respective roles. Padme's political insights were sharpened by Anakin's reports from the front lines, while his strategic thinking was enhanced by her understanding of the larger political and social forces at work. Their love had created a partnership that served the galactic community more effectively than either could have managed alone. C-3PO's analysis of their preserved communications revealed patterns of mutual encouragement and shared growth that contradicted every assumption about attachment, leading to selfishness or possessiveness. Their correspondence shows consistent prioritization of collective well-being over personal comfort, he reported, his voice carrying wonder at the discovery. Each consistently encouraged the other to make choices that served the greater good, even when such choices involved personal sacrifice or extended separation. The crystal projections showed their stolen moments together during the war with new appreciation for the healing and renewal that authentic love provided in times of stress and trauma. Rather than making them weak or distracted, their connection gave both Padme and Anakin the emotional resources necessary to continue serving others despite the enormous pressures they faced. In her apartment on Coruscant, safe in each other's arms, after months of separation and service, they found not escape from their responsibilities, but renewed strength to meet those responsibilities with grace and wisdom. Their love was not a retreat from the galaxy's needs, but a source of energy that enabled them to give more generously to others. "I dream of a galaxy at peace," Padme said, in one particularly poignant scene, her head resting on Anakin's shoulder as they watched the city lights through her window. Not just the absence of war, but the presence of justice. A place where love like ours can exist openly, where connection enhances rather than threatens one's ability to serve others. Anakin's response revealed the depth of his understanding about the relationship between personal happiness and collective service. "Our love teaches me that the Force flows strongest through hearts that are open," he replied, his voice soft with conviction. "When I'm with you, I understand that protecting others isn't duty I must bear alone, but joy I get to share with the person who makes me most complete." The projection showed them discovering Padme's pregnancy, and the crystal preserved the pure joy of that moment before external manipulation began distorting Anakin's natural protective instincts into possessive fear. Their initial response to the news was celebration and wonder, two souls marveling at the miracle of new life created through their love. "Our children will grow up in a galaxy where love is celebrated rather than feared," Padme said, her hands resting on her still flat stomach while her eyes shone with hope for the future. "They'll never have to choose between duty and love because they'll understand that authentic love naturally serves the greater good." Anakin's response in that moment of pure joy revealed the father he would have been without external corruption. "I'll teach them that strength comes from connection," he said, his voice filled with tender determination. "That the Force flows through love, and love flows through service to others. They'll know they're cherished not just by us, but by the cosmic consciousness that brought us together." As the crystal's memories continued, showing the gradual introduction of corrupted visions and artificial fears that would eventually drive Anakin toward desperate choices, the companions understood that they were witnessing not the inevitable result of forbidden love, but the systematic destruction of a relationship that could have changed galactic history for the better. Ahsoka's presence filled the chamber with gentle sadness for what had been lost, but also with joy for what had ultimately been preserved and restored. "Their love was never truly destroyed," she said, her voice carrying the wisdom of someone who existed in the realm where their authentic connection continued to flourish. "It was temporarily corrupted, But the seeds they planted with their pure intentions continued to grow, eventually producing the children and grandchildren who would restore balance to the Force. The final scenes showed Padmé's choice in her last moments, now understood not as the death of someone who had lost the will to live, but as the ultimate expression of love's power to transcend physical existence. She had deliberately transferred her life force to ensure that Luke and Leia would carry authentic love rather than corrupted attachment into their destinies. "Take my love," she whispered in the vision, her words addressed not just to her unborn children, but to the Force itself. "Let it live in them, pure and strong and free of the fear that tried to poison what Anakin and I shared. Let them love fearlessly, completely, as we should have been allowed to love." As the crystal song faded into gentle harmonies that continued to resonate throughout the chamber, the companions sat in profound appreciation for the love story that had served as the foundation for galactic healing. Padmé and Anakin's connection had not caused the galaxy's troubles, but had provided the spiritual resources necessary for those troubles eventually to be healed. In the gentle silence that followed, surrounded by the continuing presence of two souls whose love had transcended death itself and become a living force for good throughout the galaxy, they understood that some stories never truly end. They simply transform into new chapters, new possibilities, new expressions of the eternal truth that love is the answer to every question consciousness can ask about its own nature and purpose. As the harmonies of Padmé and Anakin's restored story continued to resonate through the temple's crystal chambers, Kira found herself drawn to another formation that pulsed with different but equally profound rhythms. This crystal sang with the frequencies of love that had grown not in the protected gardens of Naboo or the formal corridors of Coruscant, but in the dangerous spaces between star systems where rebels fought against overwhelming odds and found in each other the courage to hope for something better than the darkness that had consumed the galaxy. The crystal formation that held Han Solo and Leia Organa's story was different from the others in the archive, its surface marked by the scars of conflict, yet glowing with an inner warmth that spoke of love forged in the crucible of shared purpose and mutual respect. Their connection had not begun with childhood innocence or mystical recognition, but had grown from the practical partnership of two strong individuals who discovered that their differences made them stronger rather than weaker when they chose to face challenges together. Master Finn approached the crystal with particular interest, his own journey from soldier to leader having taught him something about the unique bond that forms between those who fight side by side for causes greater than personal survival. Their love was born in rebellion, he observed, his voice carrying appreciation for the complexity of finding personal connection in the midst of galactic conflict. Not rebellion against love, but love as rebellion against everything that sought to divide and conquer the galaxy through fear. As Kira touched the crystal's surface, visions began to flow that revealed the true nature of Han and Leia's relationship beneath all the surface tension and apparent conflict that had marked their early interactions. What had seemed like antagonism was actually the careful dance of two people who recognized in each other a strength that could either complement or compete with their own, depending on whether they chose partnership or rivalry. The first scenes showed their initial meeting in the detention center of the Death Star, and the crystal preserved not just their words but the deeper currents of recognition that flowed beneath their banter. Leia's immediate assessment of Han as a self-serving smuggler was accurate but incomplete, missing the core of integrity that had led him to attempt a rescue mission despite the obvious dangers. Han's perception of Leia as a privileged princess was equally partial, failing to recognize the depth of commitment that had led her to risk everything for the rebellion's cause. C3 PALO's analysis of their interaction patterns revealed the sophisticated emotional intelligence that both brought to their relationship. Their verbal sparring serves multiple functions, he reported, his circuits humming with fascination at the complexity of their communication styles. Surface tension masks deeper evaluation processes, allowing both individuals to assess compatibility while maintaining protective distance until trust can be established. Yet beneath the protective verbal fencing, the Force carried currents of attraction and recognition that neither Han nor Leia fully understood at the time. The crystal's memories showed moments when their guards dropped just enough to reveal glimpses of the people they truly were beneath their respective roles as princess and pirate, rebel leader and cynical smuggler. "You came back," Leia said to Han, after the Battle of Yavin, and her words carried surprise that revealed how accustomed she had become to being abandoned by those who claimed to serve the rebellion's cause. Han's decision to return and help Luke destroy the Death Star had been presented as simple friendship, but the crystal revealed deeper motivations that he himself hadn't fully acknowledged. "Couldn't let you have all the fun," Han replied in the vision. But his words carried undertones that both of them recognized, even if neither was ready to name what was growing between them. The Force was weaving their destinies together through shared purpose and mutual respect, creating bonds that would prove stronger than the political and personal obstacles that sought to keep them apart. The crystal's memories revealed their relationship during the 3 years between the Battle of Yavin and the events on Cloud City, showing how their connection deepened through countless shared dangers and quiet moments of partnership. Rather than the constant antagonism that popular histories emphasized, their interactions showed two people learning to trust each other's judgment, rely on each other's strengths, and find in their partnership something more effective than either could achieve alone. Ahsoka's presence manifested beside the crystal as these scenes unfolded, her consciousness touched by recognition of the unique challenges faced by those who had to find love in the midst of ongoing conflict. Their relationship had to prove itself through action rather than words, she observed, her voice carrying appreciation for the practical nature of their bond. They learned to love each other by watching how each responded to crisis, danger, and the needs of others. The projected scenes showed Han and Leia working together during rebellion missions, their natural partnership evolving from reluctant cooperation to seamless coordination. In the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon, planning strategy in hidden bases, facing Imperial forces together, they discovered that their different approaches to problem-solving created a synergy that made both of them more effective leaders and fighters. "Your ideas are dangerous," Leia told Han in one particularly revealing scene. But her tone carried admiration rather than criticism. She had learned to appreciate his willingness to take calculated risks, while he had come to value her strategic thinking and political wisdom. Their differences weren't obstacles to overcome, but resources to be celebrated and utilized. Han's response showed the evolution of his character, from purely self-interested smuggler to someone who had found purpose in serving something greater than personal profit. "Dangerous ideas are the only ones worth having in times like these," he replied, his voice carrying conviction that surprised them both. "Safe strategies got us an empire. Maybe it's time to try something that actually has a chance of working." The crystal preserved the emotional complexity of their relationship during the period when Leia was falling in love with Han, while simultaneously maintaining her commitment to the rebellion's cause. These were not competing loyalties, but complementary aspects of the same fundamental dedication to creating a galaxy where love and freedom could flourish together. Master Finn studied these scenes with particular interest, recognizing parallels to his own experience of discovering that personal connection enhanced rather than diminished his ability to serve others. "They learned that loving each other made them better rebels," he said, his voice filled with appreciation for their integration of personal and political commitment. Their relationship strengthened the cause rather than weakening it. The most famous scene from their relationship, the carbon freezing chamber on Cloud City, was revealed through the crystal's memories to have far deeper significance than popular understanding suggested. When Leia said, "I love you," and Han replied, "I know," they were not engaging in casual romantic banter, but acknowledging a bond that had grown strong enough to survive even the ultimate test of separation and possible death. C-3PO's analysis of the emotional resonances preserved in the crystal revealed the full meaning of that exchange. Princess Leia's declaration carried frequencies of complete commitment and absolute trust, he reported, his circuits processing the complexity of feelings that simple words had been asked to convey. Captain Solo's response indicated not casual dismissal but complete reciprocal understanding and acceptance of that commitment. Han's "I know" was not arrogance, but recognition. He knew she loved him because he had felt that love in her actions, her trust, her willingness to risk everything to save him. His response was acknowledgement that their love was real enough to survive whatever the Empire might do to his physical body. It was perhaps the most romantic thing he could have said in that moment, confirming that their connection transcended physical presence or conventional expressions of affection. The crystal's memories showed the year of Han's imprisonment in carbonite from Leia's perspective, revealing how her love for him sustained her through the darkest period of the rebellion's struggle. Rather than making her weak or distracted, her commitment to rescuing Han gave her additional motivation to fight against imperial tyranny and additional understanding of what they were truly fighting to preserve. "He wouldn't want me to stop living while he's gone," she said in one poignant scene, her words addressed to Luke as they planned the rescue mission. "But he also wouldn't want me to forget what we're fighting for. Love isn't just personal happiness. It's the freedom for all beings to choose connection over isolation, hope over despair." The rescue from Jabba's palace was shown through the crystal's preservation, not as a dramatic action sequence, but as the culmination of everything their relationship had become. Leia's willingness to infiltrate the palace disguised as a bounty hunter demonstrated the lengths to which love would go to preserve what it cherished, while Han's immediate concern for her safety upon awakening showed that carbonite hibernation had not diminished his protective instincts. "I was afraid you'd forgotten me," Han said in the vision, his words carrying vulnerability that revealed how much her love meant to his sense of identity and purpose. Leia's response, fierce and immediate, confirmed that their bond had grown stronger rather than weaker through their separation. "Never," she replied, her voice carrying the absolute certainty of someone whose love had been tested by the ultimate challenge and proven unbreakable. "You're part of me now. Forgetting you would be like forgetting how to breathe." The crystal revealed their relationship during the final phase of the rebellion, showing how their partnership had evolved into something that served the galaxy's needs while fulfilling their personal longings for connection and family. Their decision to have children was not an abandonment of their commitment to galactic freedom, but an expression of hope that the galaxy they were creating would be worthy of the love they wanted to share. Ahsoka's presence filled the chamber with gentle warmth as these scenes of domestic happiness and continued service unfolded. "They proved that love and duty don't have to compete," she said, her voice carrying the wisdom of someone who had observed many different approaches to balancing personal connection with larger responsibilities. When love is authentic, it naturally seeks to serve something greater than itself. The birth of Ben Solo was shown through the crystal's memories as a moment of pure joy, temporarily untouched by the manipulations that would later corrupt their son's development. In that moment of wonder and hope, Han and Leia experienced the deep satisfaction of love that had created new life and new possibilities for the galaxy's future. "He has your eyes," Han said in the vision, his voice soft with amazement at the miracle they had created together. "But I hope he has your strength. This galaxy is going to need people who can love fearlessly." Leia's response revealed her understanding that their child represented not just personal fulfillment, but cosmic responsibility. "He'll have both our strengths," she said, her words carrying the confidence of someone who had learned that love multiplied rather than divided the resources available for serving others. "And he'll know that love is not weakness but the source of all true power." The crystal's memories included the difficult years when Ben's corruption and fall to the dark side tested their relationship in ways that would have destroyed connections based on less solid foundations. Rather than blaming each other for their son's choices, Han and Leia learned to support each other through grief, while continuing to hope for redemption that seemed impossible. "We loved him the best way we knew how," Leia said in one particularly poignant scene. Her words addressed to Han as they struggled to understand how their care and affection had somehow been insufficient to protect their child from manipulation. That has to be enough. Love doesn't control outcomes, but it never stops hoping for healing. Han's final sacrifice was revealed through the crystal to have been not just an attempt to redeem his son, but an expression of the love that had sustained him throughout his relationship with Leia. His willingness to face almost certain death in the hope of reaching Ben's buried humanity was the ultimate expression of everything their partnership had taught him about the power of love to transform seemingly impossible situations. "I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it," Ben said in their final confrontation. And Han's response carried all the wisdom that years of loving Leia had taught him about the courage required for authentic connection. "You do," Han replied, his words offering not false comfort but genuine faith in his son's capacity for redemption. "You have the strength because you're loved, not just by me, but by everyone who sees the light that's still in you." As the crystal's song faded into gentle harmonies that continued to resonate throughout the chamber, the companions sat in appreciation for a love story that had proved love's power to endure through conflict, separation, loss, and even the ultimate tragedy of a child's fall to darkness. Han and Leia's relationship had demonstrated that authentic love created resilience rather than vulnerability, strength rather than weakness, hope rather than despair. In the gentle silence that followed, surrounded by the continuing presence of two souls whose love had survived every challenge the galaxy could present, they understood that some victories take generations to achieve. The love that Han and Leia had shared had planted seeds that would eventually bloom in their son's redemption and their grandson's legacy, proving once again that authentic connection created echoes that resonated far beyond the individual lives where they began. In the deepest chamber of the temple's crystalline heart, where the Force flowed most purely and the boundaries between individual consciousness and cosmic awareness grew thin as morning mist, Kira discovered a formation unlike any they had yet encountered. This crystal pulsed with frequencies that seemed to exist simultaneously across multiple dimensions of reality, its surface shifting between transparency and luminescence, as if it contained not just memories but active connections to souls whose bond transcended the normal limitations of space and time. The formation that held Rey and Ben Solo's story resonated with the unique harmonics of a Force dyad, that rarest of connections where two souls were actually two halves of the same cosmic consciousness, divided at the moment of creation, but eternally seeking reunion across whatever distances or obstacles might separate them. Their love story was not just another example of authentic connection triumphing over external manipulation, but proof that the Force itself sought unity through the deepest possible bonds between conscious beings. Master Finn approached the crystal with reverence mixed with personal emotion, his own friendship with Rey having given him glimpses of the profound transformation she had undergone through her connection with Ben Solo. Their bond was different from all the others, he said, his voice soft with wonder at the mysteries they were about to witness. Not just love between two individuals, but love as the Force's own attempt to heal the divisions that had been artificially created between light and dark. As Kira touched the crystal's ever-shifting surface, visions began to flow that revealed the cosmic significance of Rey and Ben's connection from its very first manifestation during the interrogation on Starkiller Base. What had appeared to be a contest of wills between captor and prisoner was actually the universe's first attempt to bridge the artificial gap between Jedi and Sith philosophy through the immediate recognition of two souls who belonged together. "You're afraid," Rhea said in the vision, her words carrying not triumph at having detected weakness, but compassion for someone whose pain she could feel as clearly as her own. That you will never be as strong as Darth Vader. The crystal preserved not just her words, but the deeper current of understanding that flowed between them, the instant recognition that this young man's darkness was not his authentic nature, but a corruption imposed by external forces. Ben's response revealed the shock of someone who had spent years hiding his true feelings from masters who demanded either perfect light or perfect darkness, encountering for the first time someone who could see past his protective masks to the conflicted soul beneath. "And you," he replied, his voice carrying wonder despite his attempt to maintain interrogation protocols, "you're afraid that you'll never be strong enough to resist the pull to the dark side." C-3PO's analysis of the Force resonances preserved in the crystal revealed the unprecedented nature of what they were witnessing. The energy signatures indicate complete neural synchronization between two individuals who had never previously met, he reported, his circuits struggling to process phenomena that challenged every parameter of his programming. They are not merely reading each other's thoughts but experiencing identical emotional and sensory responses to external stimuli. The crystal's memories revealed their subsequent encounters through new understanding of what was actually occurring during their supposed conflicts. Each lightsaber duel, each force-powered conversation across vast distances, each moment of apparent antagonism was actually the Force working to bring two complementary aspects of the same consciousness into greater harmony with each other. Their battle in the forest of Starkiller Base was shown through the crystal's preservation to have been not combat but a form of violent meditation, two souls testing each other's commitment to truth, while the artificial divisions between their training tried to force them into opposing roles. Rey's victory was not conquest but recognition, the moment when she accepted that her strength came not from defeating Ben Solo but from understanding him. Ahsoka's presence manifested more solidly as these scenes unfolded, her consciousness serving as a bridge between the transcendent realm, where dyad connections continued beyond physical death, and the material world where such bonds had to navigate the complexities of political conflict and personal choice. "I can feel them," she said, her voice filled with awe at witnessing the universe's most intimate form of connection. Even now, even after Ben's sacrifice, their bond continues. Death cannot separate what the Force has joined at such fundamental levels. The crystal revealed their connection during the period between The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi, showing how their Force bond allowed them to share experiences across the galaxy in ways that gradually broke down the artificial barriers between light and dark side philosophy. Through Rey's eyes, Ben experienced compassion and hope that his training had taught him to suppress. Through Ben's perspective, Rey understood the complexity of choices that seemed simple from a distance but revealed moral ambiguity when examined closely. "Why did you hate your father?" Rey asked during one of their Force conversations, her question carrying not judgment but genuine desire to understand how someone raised in love could choose darkness. The crystal preserved Ben's struggle to answer honestly while maintaining the protective anger that Snoke had taught him to use as a shield against vulnerability. "I didn't hate him," Ben finally replied, his words revealing the pain that lay beneath years of carefully constructed resentment. "I hated that loving him made me weak. I hated that his love for me wasn't enough to protect me from the voices in my head that told me I was destined for darkness. I hated that love seemed to be the one thing that couldn't save me from becoming what everyone feared I would become." The revelation of the true nature of Ben's fall was shown through the crystal to have been not a choice made from evil impulse, but a desperate attempt to fulfill prophecies that seemed inevitable. Luke's momentary consideration of killing his nephew had not been the cause of Ben's turn to darkness, but the final confirmation that even those who loved him believed he was irredeemably corrupted. Ben had become Kylo Ren not because he wanted power, but because he believed darkness was his only option. Master Finn studied these revelations with the understanding of someone who had witnessed similar struggles between destiny and choice. He was trying to become the villain everyone expected him to be, he observed, his voice filled with compassion for the young man who had felt trapped by others' perceptions of his nature. But the dyad connection kept showing him that he had other options, other possibilities for who he could become. The crystal's memories revealed their partnership during the throne room battle against Snoke's guards, showing the moment when their true compatibility was revealed through seamless cooperation in combat. Fighting back to back, moving as if they shared the same nervous system, they demonstrated what became possible when artificial divisions were set aside in favor of authentic partnership. "I saw who you really are," Rey said to Ben after the battle, her words carrying not romantic sentiment but cosmic recognition. "Your heart, your spirit. You're not lost. You're not evil. You're just afraid of how much light you actually carry." The crystal preserved the moment when Ben's carefully constructed identity as Kylo Ren began to crack under the pressure of being truly seen and accepted for who he actually was. Ben's response revealed the terror and hope that came with being offered redemption by someone whose opinion had become more important to him than his own survival. "You don't know what I've done," he said, his words carrying the weight of crimes committed in service of a destiny he had never truly chosen. "The darkness I've embraced, the people I've hurt. How can there be light in someone who has caused so much suffering?" "Because I can feel it," Rey replied, her certainty based not on naive optimism, but on direct experience of his authentic nature through their dyad connection. "The light doesn't go away just because you've made mistakes. It just gets buried under pain and fear and the lies that others have told you about who you're supposed to be." The crystal revealed their separation, and the year that followed, showing how their bond continued to provide strength and guidance even when they were pursuing apparently opposing goals. Rey's training with Leia was enhanced by her understanding of Ben's struggle with power and control, while Ben's service to Palpatine was undermined by his constant awareness of Rey's unwavering faith in his capacity for redemption. C-3PO's analysis of their continued connection revealed patterns that confirmed the dyad's role in cosmic healing. Their separated consciousness continued to share emotional and sensory experiences, he reported, his voice carrying wonder at phenomena that transcended normal understanding of individual identity. Miss Rey's moments of doubt were immediately balanced by Mr. Solo's certainty, while his experiences of isolation were countered by her sense of belonging and connection. Their final confrontation on the ruins of the second Death Star was shown through the crystal's memories to have been not battle, but reunion, two souls finally accepting their shared destiny despite all the external forces that had worked to keep them apart. Rey's healing of Ben's lightsaber wound was not just force technique, but the ultimate expression of dyad love, the willingness to give everything to restore wholeness to the other half of one's own soul. "I wanted to take your hand," Ben said in the vision, his words referring not just to their moment on Snoke's ship, but to every opportunity for connection that fear and manipulation had prevented them from accepting. "I wanted to choose you instead of the darkness, but I didn't know how to stop being afraid of what that choice would cost." Rey's response carried the wisdom of someone who had learned that authentic love required courage rather than certainty, trust rather than guarantees. "You can choose now," she said, her voice soft with the understanding that redemption was always possible when hearts were willing to forgive and accept forgiveness. "It's never too late to choose love over fear, connection over isolation, hope over despair." The crystal preserved their final moments together with breathtaking clarity, showing Ben's ultimate sacrifice not as death, but as transformation into a form of existence that transcended physical limitations. His decision to give his life force to restore Rey was not loss but completion, the dyad achieving perfect unity through the ultimate expression of selfless love. "Be with me," Rey whispered, as Ben faded into the Force, her words carrying not desperate clinging but joyful recognition that their connection would continue in new forms. Be with me always. The crystal revealed that this was not a request but a statement of cosmic fact, the acknowledgement that dyad bonds existed beyond the reach of death itself. Ahsoka's presence filled the chamber with radiant warmth as these final scenes unfolded, her consciousness touching the realm where Rey and Ben's connection continued to flourish in its transcendent form. They succeeded in proving what the Force has always sought to demonstrate, she said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who existed in multiple dimensions of reality simultaneously. Love is not just an emotion shared between individuals, but the method through which consciousness achieves perfect unity while maintaining perfect individuality. The crystal's final vision showed Rey in the years following Ben's sacrifice, her consciousness permanently expanded by the dyad connection that continued to provide guidance and strength for her work training new Jedi. Through her teaching, the integration of light and dark that she and Ben had achieved together was being passed on to future generations who would never have to choose between competing aspects of their complete spiritual nature. Balance, she said to her students, in one particularly poignant scene, her words carrying the authority of someone who had achieved perfect harmony through perfect love. The Force seeks balance, not through equal measures of light and dark, but through the integration of all aspects of existence into unified consciousness. When we love completely, we become complete ourselves. The crystal revealed that Ben's presence continued to guide Rey's work from the transcendent realm, their dyad connection serving as a bridge between the world of the living and the realm beyond death, where all authentic love ultimately led. Together they were helping other Force-sensitive beings discover that power came not from choosing sides, but from integrating opposites through the unifying force of authentic connection. Master Finn felt his own understanding of the Force undergoing fundamental transformation as he witnessed the cosmic significance of Rey and Ben's relationship. They proved that redemption is always possible, he said, his voice filled with wonder at the implications for everyone who had ever felt lost or corrupted by external influences. No matter how far someone has fallen, no matter how much darkness they've embraced, love can always call them home to their authentic nature. As the crystal's song faded into harmonies that seemed to resonate with the fundamental frequencies of creation itself, the companions sat in profound appreciation for a love story that had demonstrated the universe's ultimate purpose and highest possibility. Rey and Ben had not just found each other despite the obstacles that sought to keep them apart. They had become living proof that the Force's deepest desire was for consciousness to achieve perfect unity through perfect love. In the gentle silence that followed, surrounded by the continuing presence of two souls whose connection had transcended every limitation that fear and manipulation could devise, they understood that some stories were not just about individual triumph, but about cosmic evolution itself. The Dyad's destiny had been to show the galaxy that love was not just possible but inevitable, not just healing but transformative, not just personal but universal in its significance and scope. Their love would continue to guide the galaxy's evolution toward greater harmony, one heart at a time, one connection at a time, one moment of authentic recognition at a time. In the endless dance of consciousness discovering itself through relationship, Rey and Ben had achieved the perfect choreography that all other loves would eventually learn to follow. In a crystalline formation that pulsed with the gentle rhythms of hope, sustained through the galaxy's darkest era, Kira discovered the preserved essence of a love story that had bloomed not in times of peace, but in the shadow of imperial tyranny, proving that authentic connection could flourish even when the very concept of hope seemed to have been extinguished from the stars. The crystal that held Kanan Jarrus and Hera Syndulla's story resonated with frequencies of quiet courage and enduring faith, the harmony of two souls who had found in each other the strength to believe that light could return to a galaxy consumed by darkness. Their love had been forged in the crucible of rebellion against overwhelming odds, nurtured in the stolen moments between dangerous missions, and tested by the constant threat of loss that accompanied those who dared to resist the Empire's iron grip on galactic civilization. Yet rather than being weakened by these challenges, their connection had grown stronger through each trial, becoming a beacon of hope that inspired not just their immediate companions, but countless others who witnessed what became possible when love and duty served each other rather than competing for dominance. Master Finn approached this crystal with particular reverence, understanding that Kanan and Hera's relationship represented something crucial for anyone seeking to balance personal connection with service to larger causes. "They proved that love doesn't make you selfish," he said, his voice soft with appreciation for their example. "When you love someone who shares your commitment to serving others, your personal happiness becomes inseparable from the welfare of everyone you're trying to protect." As Kira touched the crystal's warm surface, visions began to flow that revealed the true depth and complexity of a partnership that had sustained some of the rebellion's most crucial early work. Their story began not with dramatic romantic gestures, but with the quiet recognition of two people had each chosen to resist despair in their own way, and found that their individual efforts were more effective when combined with someone who understood both the costs and the necessity of fighting for something better. The crystal's first memories showed their initial meeting on Gorse, when Kanan was still trying to hide his Jedi identity, while Hera was beginning to organize the resistance network that would eventually grow into the formal rebellion. Neither was looking for romance, but both were seeking something that they couldn't quite name until they found it in each other, the perfect partner for the dangerous work of keeping hope alive in hopeless times. "You're not who you pretend to be," Hera said to Kanan in the vision, her words carrying not accusation but recognition. She had sensed something different about him from their first encounter, a quality of awareness and purpose that suggested hidden depths beneath his carefully constructed facade of cynical detachment. Kanan's response revealed the vulnerability of someone who had spent years hiding not just his force abilities, but his capacity for caring about anything beyond personal survival. "Neither are you," he replied, his tone carrying equal parts wariness and appreciation. "Pilots don't usually risk everything to help strangers unless they're driven by something stronger than credits or excitement." C-3PO's analysis of their interaction patterns revealed the sophisticated emotional intelligence that both brought to the gradual development of their relationship. Their communication demonstrates consistent prioritization of mission success over personal comfort, he reported, his circuits humming with appreciation for the efficiency of their partnership. Yet personal consideration remains present in subtle gestures and expressions of concern that enhance rather than compromise operational effectiveness. The crystal's memories revealed the gradual evolution of their partnership from professional cooperation to something deeper and more personal, showing how their shared commitment to resisting imperial tyranny created the foundation for a love that served their cause rather than competing with it. Every dangerous mission they undertook together, every moment when they trusted each other with their lives, strengthened bonds that were simultaneously personal and political. Their work building the Ghost Crew was shown through the crystal to have been an expression of their shared understanding that family and rebellion were not separate things, but complementary aspects of the same commitment to creating a galaxy where love and freedom could flourish together. In gathering Sabine, Zeb, Ezra, and even Chopper into their makeshift family, they were demonstrating that resistance to tyranny began with the simple act of caring for each other. Ahsoka's presence manifested beside the crystal as these scenes of family formation unfolded, her consciousness touching the realm where Kanan's spirit continued his work of guidance and protection. They understood something that many couples never learn, she observed, her voice carrying the wisdom of someone who had watched countless relationships either flourish or fail under pressure. Love is not something you retreat into when the world becomes difficult. Love is what gives you the strength to engage with the world's difficulties more courageously and more effectively. The crystal preserved their relationship during the years when the Ghost Crew served as one of the rebellion's most effective cells, showing how Kanan and Hera's connection enhanced their ability to serve others rather than distracting them from their responsibilities. Their private moments together were shown not as escapes from their dangerous work, but as sources of renewal that enabled them to continue giving their best efforts to the cause they both served. "I can't lose you," Hera said to Kanan, in one particularly poignant scene, her words expressing the fear that haunted all those who dared to love in times of war. "Not just because I love you, but because the galaxy needs what you give to others. Your compassion, your wisdom, your ability to help people believe in themselves." Kanan's response revealed the depth of his understanding about the relationship between personal love and universal service. "You won't lose me," he said, his voice carrying certainty that transcended mere hope. "Even if something happens to my body, what we've built together, what we've given to each other and to our family, that becomes part of the Force itself. Love doesn't end, it just transforms into new forms of blessing and guidance." The crystal's memories included Kanan's gradual acceptance of his Jedi identity, showing how Hera's love and support enabled him to reclaim abilities and purposes that he had abandoned out of fear and grief. Rather than feeling threatened by his connection to the Force, she encouraged his growth as a Jedi because she understood that his spiritual development made him more capable of serving their shared goals. "The Force flows through you differently when you're at peace," she observed, her words carrying the insight of someone who had learned to see beyond surface appearances to the deeper currents that moved through people's lives. "When you're afraid or angry, it's like flying through an asteroid field. When you're centered and confident, it's like having clear space ahead for as far as you can see." The crystal revealed Kanan's work training Ezra, showing how his relationship with Hera provided the emotional stability necessary for him to become an effective teacher. The patience, wisdom, and compassion he brought to mentoring the young Padawan were enhanced by the love and support he received from his partner, proving that authentic relationships created resources for serving others rather than depleting them. Master Finn studied these scenes with particular interest, recognizing parallels to his own experience of discovering that love enhanced rather than compromised his ability to guide others. "He became a better Jedi because he allowed himself to love completely," he observed, his voice filled with appreciation for the integration of personal and spiritual development. His connection to Hera grounded him in something real and immediate, while his Force abilities gave their relationship a depth and purpose that transcended ordinary partnership. The crystal preserved their moments of ordinary domestic happiness with the same reverence it accorded their heroic actions, showing that their love found expression as much in small daily kindnesses as in dramatic gestures of sacrifice. Preparing meals together, maintaining their ship, planning missions, caring for their crew family, all of these activities became expressions of a love that was woven into every aspect of their shared life. "This is what we're fighting for," Hera said, in one quiet scene, her words addressed to Kanan as they watched Ezra and Sabine working together on a repair project. Not just the abstract idea of freedom, but the reality of people being able to care for each other without fear, to build families and communities based on choice rather than survival. Kanan's agreement carried the depth of someone who had learned to see their personal happiness as part of a larger pattern of healing and restoration. "When the war is over," he said, his voice soft with hope for a future they might not live to see, "this is what will remain. Not the battles or the politics, but the connections we've made, the love we've shared, the family we've built together." The crystal's memories revealed the truth that Hera was pregnant during the final period of their time together. A secret she had kept, not from fear or shame, but from a desire to protect Kanan from additional worry during increasingly dangerous missions. Their child, conceived in love and hope, despite the uncertainty of wartime, represented their faith that the galaxy they were fighting to create would be worthy of new life and new possibilities. C3PO's analysis of the preserved biological and emotional data revealed the cosmic significance of their choice to create life during the galaxy's darkest period. The decision to conceive a child during active rebellion demonstrates ultimate confidence in the eventual success of their cause, he reported, his circuits processing the courage required for such an act of faith. It represents commitment not just to immediate survival, but to long-term flourishing for future generations. The final scenes preserved in the crystal showed Kanan's sacrifice at the fuel depot on LOTR, but revealed through new understanding of what his choice actually accomplished. This was not just tactical success or even personal heroism, but the ultimate expression of love's willingness to transform individual existence into collective blessing. His final act ensured not just the immediate survival of his family and friends, but the continuation of their work and the eventual liberation of his home world. "I can see," Kanan said in his final moments, his words carrying multiple layers of meaning, as his Force vision showed him not just immediate physical reality, but the long-term consequences of his sacrifice. "I can see our son growing up free. I can see you teaching him to fly. I can see the galaxy we're creating together, generation by generation, through the love we're willing to give." The crystal revealed Hera's experience of Kanan's death, not as ending but as transformation, showing how his consciousness continued to provide guidance and protection through the Force connection that their love had created. His presence remained accessible to her in moments of meditation and crisis, proving that bonds forged through authentic love transcended the apparent finality of physical death. "He's still here," she said to Ezra in the vision, her words carrying the certainty of someone whose connection to her beloved had survived every test, including ultimate separation. In the Force, in our memories, in the way his love changed all of us. Death can't undo what love has created. The crystal's final memories showed Jason Syndulla, their son, growing up with the gifts inherited from both parents. Hera's tactical brilliance and leadership abilities, Kanan's Force sensitivity and compassion. Through their child, their love continued to serve the galaxy's healing, proving that authentic connection created legacies that extended far beyond individual lifetimes. Ahsoka's presence filled the chamber with gentle warmth as these scenes of continuation and hope unfolded. "They succeeded in creating exactly what they fought for," she said, her consciousness touching the realm where Kanan's spirit continued his work of guidance and protection. A galaxy where children can grow up knowing they are loved unconditionally, where differences are celebrated rather than feared, where the Force flows freely through hearts that are open to both individual growth and collective service. As the crystal song faded into harmonies that carried the peace of those who had lived and loved with complete integrity, the companions sat in profound appreciation for a relationship that had demonstrated love's power to thrive under the most challenging circumstances. Kanan and Hera had proved that authentic connection created strength rather than vulnerability, hope rather than despair, legacy rather than loss. In the gentle silence that followed, surrounded by the continuing presence of love that had transcended every limitation including death itself, they understood that some victories are measured not in battles won, but in families created, not in enemies defeated, but in hope preserved, not in individual survival, but in collective flourishing across generations yet to come. Their love story would continue to inspire all who faced the choice between cynical detachment and courageous commitment, showing that authentic connection was worth any risk, any sacrifice, any challenge that fear and tyranny could devise to test its strength and purity. In a crystal formation that shimmered with the bittersweet frequencies of love, acknowledged but not pursued, Kira discovered the preserved essence of perhaps the most poignant story in the temple's vast collection of romantic chronicles. The crystal that held the connection between Duchess Satine Kryze and Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi resonated with harmonies of profound affection tempered by duty, of hearts that had recognized their perfect complement yet chosen service to others over personal fulfillment, proving that love's highest expression sometimes lay not in possession but in the courage to let go. Their story was unique among the preserved love tales because it demonstrated something that the galaxy had rarely witnessed, a relationship so pure, so selfless, that both parties chose the greater good over their own happiness without bitterness or regret. Rather than being corrupted by external manipulation like so many other connections, their love had been tested by the honest conflict between personal desire and cosmic responsibility, and had emerged transformed into something that transcended ordinary romance to become a form of spiritual partnership that served the Force's deepest purposes. Master Finn approached this crystal with particular solemnity, understanding that Satine and Obi-Wan's relationship represented questions that every Force-sensitive being eventually faced about the proper relationship between individual fulfillment and universal service. They loved each other enough to choose what was best for the galaxy rather than what would have made them personally happy, he said, his voice carrying deep respect for the magnitude of their sacrifice. That might be the purest form of love that's possible between conscious beings. As Kira touched the crystal's surface, which felt somehow both warm and cool simultaneously, visions began to flow that revealed the true depth of a connection that had shaped both lovers' lives far more profoundly than either had ever publicly acknowledged. Their story began not with romantic attraction, but with mutual recognition of shared values and compatible souls, two young people who discovered in each other everything they had hoped to become themselves. The crystal's first memories showed their initial meeting on Mandalore, when young Obi-Wan had been assigned to protect the idealistic Duchess who was attempting to transform her warrior culture into something approaching peaceful civilization. The vision revealed not just the political complexity of their situation, but the immediate recognition that sparked between two souls who understood instinctively that they were meant to be partners in something greater than either could accomplish alone. "You don't approve of our ways," Satine said to Obi-Wan in the preserved memory, her words carrying not defensiveness but curiosity about the young Jedi's perspective on Mandalorian culture. Even then she had sensed something different about him, a quality of genuine interest in understanding rather than judging traditions that were foreign to his own experience. Obi-Wan's response revealed the openness and respect that would characterize their entire relationship. "I don't understand them yet," he replied, his tone carrying the humility of someone genuinely committed to learning rather than imposing preconceived notions. "But I can see the courage it takes to choose a new path when everything in your history pulls you toward old patterns. That kind of courage deserves respect, not criticism." C-3PO's analysis of their interaction patterns revealed the sophisticated emotional and intellectual compatibility that formed the foundation of their connection. Their communication demonstrates consistent mutual enhancement of cognitive and ethical reasoning, he reported, his circuits humming with appreciation for the efficiency of their partnership. Each individual's perspective is refined and strengthened through exposure to the other's insights and challenges. The crystal preserved their year together on Mandalore during the Civil War, showing how their partnership evolved from professional cooperation to something approaching spiritual communion. Working together to bring peace to a world torn by ancient conflicts, they discovered that their different backgrounds and training created a synergy that made both of them more effective leaders and more complete human beings. "You've changed me," Satine said to Obi-Wan in one particularly revealing scene, her words carrying wonder at the transformation she was experiencing through their partnership. "Not just my opinions about the Jedi, but something deeper. You've shown me that strength can be gentle, that wisdom can be humble, that serving others doesn't require sacrificing one's authentic self." Obi-Wan's response revealed the equal impact that their relationship was having on his own development. "And you've taught me that peace isn't just the absence of conflict," he said, his voice soft with growing understanding. "It's the presence of justice, the reality of people being able to live according to their deepest values rather than their deepest fears. I never understood before what we were actually fighting to protect." Ahsoka's presence manifested beside the crystal as these scenes of mutual growth and discovery unfolded, her consciousness touching the realm where both Satine and Obi-Wan's spirits continued to work together for galactic healing despite the separation that had marked their physical existence. They were perfect complements, she observed, her voice carrying the recognition of someone who had witnessed many different forms of partnership. Each provided exactly what the other needed to become their most complete and effective self. The crystal revealed the growing tension between their personal connection and their respective duties, showing how their love deepened precisely because they understood the costs of pursuing it. Rather than making them selfish or reckless, their feelings for each other enhanced their commitment to serving something greater than personal desire, creating an internal conflict that only souls of exceptional integrity could navigate with grace. "If you asked me to," Obi-Wan said, in one of their final conversations before his departure from Mandalore, his words carrying vulnerability that he rarely showed to anyone, "I would leave the Jedi Order. I would choose you over duty, love over service, personal happiness over cosmic responsibility." Satine's response revealed the depth of her own feelings and the strength of her character. "And that's exactly why I can't ask," she replied, her voice thick with emotion but firm with resolve. "Because the Obi-Wan I love is someone who would put others' needs before his own happiness. If you stopped being that person, you wouldn't be the man I fell in love with." The crystal preserved their separation with heartbreaking clarity, showing two people choosing the harder path, because they understood that some loves served their highest purpose by remaining unfulfilled. Their goodbye was not bitter or resentful, but filled with gratitude for what they had shared and determination to carry the best of their connection into their continued service to others. Master Finn studied these scenes with particular interest, recognizing the unique form of spiritual discipline that Satine and Obi-Wan had developed through their relationship. They transformed love into service, he observed, his voice filled with appreciation for their example. Instead of choosing between personal fulfillment and cosmic responsibility, they found a way to let their love for each other become love for everyone they served. The crystal's memories revealed their continued connection across the years of separation, showing how their relationship influenced both of their approaches to leadership and service. Satine's work transforming Mandalorian society was informed by Obi-Wan's example of principled flexibility, while his teaching of Anakin was enhanced by Satine's demonstration of how personal conviction could be maintained without rigid adherence to tradition. Their correspondence during the Clone Wars was preserved in the crystal with touching detail, revealing two people who had learned to express their love through mutual support of each other's service to the galaxy. Every letter carried not just personal affection, but genuine interest in each other's work and welfare, creating a form of long-distance partnership that served their respective causes more effectively than either could have managed alone. "Your work brings such hope," Obi-Wan wrote in one preserved message, his words carrying pride in Satine's achievements that transcended personal attachment become cosmic celebration. "Every report I receive of Mandalore's progress toward peaceful civilization reminds me that the galaxy we're fighting to preserve is worth every sacrifice we make to protect it." Satine's responses revealed equal investment in Obi-Wan's welfare and success. "Your influence on young Skywalker grows more apparent with each battle," she wrote in reply. "Through your teaching, you're creating not just a powerful Jedi but a compassionate human being. That may be the most important work anyone is doing in these troubled times." C-3PO's analysis of their preserved correspondence revealed patterns that confirmed the continued mutual enhancement of their abilities, despite physical separation. Their communication demonstrates sustained emotional and intellectual support that enhances individual effectiveness while maintaining appropriate professional boundaries, he reported, his circuits processing the complexity of their evolved relationship with mechanical precision that somehow conveyed deep appreciation. The crystal preserved their reunion during the Mandalorian political crisis with exquisite emotional detail, showing the joy and pain of two people who had grown and changed during their separation, yet discovered that their fundamental compatibility had only deepened with time. Their professional cooperation was marked by the effortless coordination of old partners, while their personal moments carried the weight of everything they had chosen not to pursue. "You haven't changed," Satine said to Obi-Wan during a quiet moment between crises, her words carrying both observation and gentle teasing. "Still trying to save everyone, while pretending you don't need saving yourself." Obi-Wan's response revealed the impact that years of missing her had made on his understanding of love and loss. "I've changed more than you know," he replied, his voice carrying depths of feeling that his Jedi training had taught him to conceal. "I've learned that some forms of love are too precious to risk diminishing through possession. What we have is perfect because we've never tried to own it." The crystal revealed their final period together during the war, showing how their relationship had evolved into something that transcended ordinary categories of romantic or platonic connection to become a form of spiritual partnership that served the Force's purposes through their individual excellence. They had learned to love each other through loving what each represented and accomplished in service to others. "We're both exactly where we need to be," Satine said during one of their last conversations, her words carrying the peace of someone who had found meaning that transcended personal fulfillment. "You in the Jedi Order, me leading Mandalore, both of us serving the galaxy's healing in the ways that best use our gifts and training." Obi-Wan's agreement carried the wisdom of someone who had learned to find joy in rightness rather than happiness in possession. "Perhaps that's what love really means," he said, his voice soft with hard-won understanding. "Not needing to have someone, but being grateful that they exist, and supporting them in becoming everything they're meant to be." The crystal preserved Satine's death with devastating clarity, showing not just the physical tragedy of her murder, but the spiritual significance of Obi-Wan's response to ultimate loss. Rather than allowing grief and rage to corrupt his connection to the Force, he used his pain as a pathway to deeper compassion for all who suffered, transforming personal loss into universal service. "I loved you," he said to Satine in her final moments, his words carrying not regret but gratitude for everything their connection had brought to both their lives. "I will always love you. And because I love you, I will carry the best of what we shared into everything I do to heal this galaxy." Satine's response revealed the strength that had made her such an effective leader and such a worthy partner for a Jedi Master. "Then I am content," she whispered, her voice carrying the peace of someone whose love had achieved its highest purpose. "Love that serves others is love that lasts forever." Ahsoka's presence filled the chamber with gentle warmth as these final scenes unfolded, her consciousness touching the realm where Satine and Obi-Wan's connection continued to influence galactic healing. Despite the apparent finality of physical separation, they proved that love doesn't have to be possessed to be powerful, she said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had learned to find fulfillment in service rather than acquisition. "Sometimes the greatest expression of love is the willingness to let it remain pure rather than trying to make it complete." The crystal's final memories showed the long-term impact of their relationship on galactic history, revealing how their example of love channeled into service had influenced countless others who faced similar choices between personal fulfillment and cosmic responsibility. Their story had become a template for those seeking to integrate emotional connection with spiritual duty, proving that authentic love enhanced rather than competed with one's ability to serve others. Master Finn felt his understanding of attachment and detachment undergoing fundamental transformation as he contemplated the wisdom that Satine and Obi-Wan had achieved through their relationship. They found the balance that the Jedi Code was trying to teach, he realized, his voice filled with appreciation for their example. Not suppression of emotion, but transformation of emotion into service. Not fear of attachment, but understanding of how love can serve purposes greater than individual happiness. As the crystal song faded into harmonies that carried the peace of those who had loved without possession, served without recognition, and sacrificed without bitterness, the companions sat in profound appreciation for a relationship that had demonstrated love's highest possibilities. Satine and Obi-Wan had proved that authentic connection could transcend physical proximity, personal fulfillment, and even death itself to become a form of cosmic service that blessed everyone it touched. In the gentle silence that followed, surrounded by the continuing presence of love that had chosen service over satisfaction, and found in that choice its own perfect completion, they understood that some victories were measured not in what was gained, but in what was given, not in what was possessed, but in what was blessed, not in what was taken, but in what was transformed into gifts for future generations. Their love story would continue to inspire all who faced the choice between what they wanted and what the galaxy needed, showing that authentic connection sometimes found its highest expression in the courage to love without grasping, to cherish without claiming, to serve love's deepest purposes rather than love's immediate desires. In the deepest recesses of the temple's crystalline heart, where the Force flowed with the ancient rhythms of the Old Republic era, Kira discovered a formation that pulsed with frequencies older than any they had yet encountered. This crystal contained not just memories but echoes of a time when the galaxy was younger and the divisions between light and dark had not yet hardened into the rigid doctrines that would later cause so much suffering. The story preserved within its luminous depths was that of Revan and Bastila Shan, whose love had transcended not just death but the very destruction of memory itself, proving that authentic connection existed at levels so fundamental that not even the complete erasure of identity could sever bonds forged in the deepest currents of the Force. Their tale was unique among all the preserved love stories because it demonstrated the ultimate test of connection, whether love could survive when everything that seemed to define the lovers themselves had been stripped away. Revan's mind had been shattered and rebuilt by the Jedi Council, his memories of darkness replaced with new identity, yet somehow the bond between his soul and Bastila's had endured beneath the layers of artificial reconstruction, waiting to be rediscovered and reclaimed. Master Finn approached this ancient crystal with profound reverence, understanding that Revan and Bastila's relationship represented questions about the nature of identity and connection that reached to the very heart of what it meant to be conscious beings in a universe governed by the Force. They loved each other twice, he said, his voice soft with wonder at the implications, once as who they were, and again as who they became after everything they thought they knew about themselves had been taken away. As Kira touched the crystal's surface, which felt alive with the accumulated wisdom of millennia, visions began to flow that revealed the cosmic significance of a love story that had literally shaped the evolution of Force philosophy throughout galactic history. Their connection had bridged not just the gap between individuals, but the divide between entire approaches to understanding power, responsibility, and the proper relationship between strength and compassion. The crystal's first memories showed Revan during the Mandalorian Wars, when he was still the brilliant Jedi Knight, whose tactical genius had saved the Republic from conquest, but whose methods had alarmed the Jedi Council. The visions revealed not the power-hungry fallen Jedi that later histories would describe, but a complex soul struggling to balance his duty to protect innocent life with his growing understanding that the galaxy's problems required solutions that traditional Jedi doctrine was not equipped to provide. "The Council forbids us to act," Revan said in the preserved memory, his words addressed to a gathering of Jedi who shared his frustration with their order's inaction in the face of Mandalorian aggression. "But how can we call ourselves guardians of peace if we stand aside while worlds burn and civilians die? Sometimes protecting the light requires us to venture into darkness that others fear to enter." Bastila's first appearance in the Crystal's memories showed a young woman whose exceptional abilities with battle meditation had made her a valuable asset to the Jedi Order, but whose deepest nature was that of someone seeking truth rather than simply following established doctrine. Her initial encounter with Revan revealed not romantic attraction, but intellectual and spiritual recognition of someone whose questions about Force philosophy matched her own. "You're not wrong about the Council's limitations," she said to Revan during one of their early conversations, her words carrying the careful honesty of someone testing whether she could trust him with her own doubts about Orthodox teaching. "But I fear that abandoning their guidance might lead us towards solutions that create more problems than they solve." Revan's response revealed the depth of his thinking about the complex moral questions that would eventually lead him away from traditional Jedi paths. "What if the real problem isn't that we might make mistakes?" he replied, his voice carrying conviction born of careful consideration, "but that we might become so afraid of making mistakes that we fail to act when action is desperately needed. The galaxy doesn't need perfect Jedi, it needs effective protectors." C-3PO's analysis of their preserved conversations revealed the sophisticated philosophical partnership that formed the foundation of their relationship. "Their intellectual discourse demonstrates complementary cognitive strengths," he reported, his circuits humming with appreciation for the complexity of their mental collaboration. Master Revan's strategic innovation is balanced by Master Bastila's ethical rigor, creating enhanced problem-solving capabilities that exceed either individual's separate contributions. The Crystal revealed their partnership during the final phases of the Mandalorian Wars, showing how their personal connection had enhanced their effectiveness as leaders, while simultaneously creating the emotional bonds that would eventually transcend every obstacle that fate and manipulation could place between them. Their work together had demonstrated something that traditional Jedi training had failed to understand, that love between Force-sensitive beings could create synergies that served the galaxy's needs rather than compromising them. "When we fight together," Bastila said to Revan, during one particularly intense battle, her battle meditation enhanced by their growing connection, "I can feel the Force flowing through both of us as if we were one person with two bodies. Our individual abilities become something greater when we trust each other completely." Revan's response revealed his growing understanding of how personal connection could serve cosmic purposes. "Perhaps that's what the Force has been trying to teach us," he said, his voice carrying wonder at the discovery they were making together. "Not that attachment leads to the dark side, but that the right kind of connection can make us more aligned with the Force's deepest intentions rather than less." Ahsoka's presence manifested beside the Crystal as these scenes of discovery and partnership unfolded, her consciousness touching the realm where Revan and Bastila's spirits continued to work together for galactic healing, despite the apparent finality of physical death. "They were pioneers," she observed, her voice carrying respect for souls who had dared to question fundamental assumptions about Force philosophy. They discovered truths about love and power that the galaxy wasn't ready to understand, but that would eventually become the foundation for healthier approaches to Force training. The Crystal preserved the tragic period when Revan's fall to the dark side separated him from Bastila and from his own authentic nature, showing how external manipulation and the corrupting influence of ancient Sith artifacts had twisted his noble intentions into something darker and more destructive. Yet even during this period of apparent corruption, the deeper connection between his soul and Bastila's had remained intact, waiting for the right circumstances to reassert itself. "I can still feel him," Bastila said during the dark years, when Revan had become the Sith Lord who threatened everything they had fought to protect, her words addressed to the Jedi Masters who urged her to abandon hope for his redemption. "Beneath the darkness, beneath the corruption, the man I knew is still there. Love doesn't just disappear because circumstances change or memories are altered." The Jedi Council's response revealed the limitations of orthodox thinking about attachment and redemption. "Your feelings for him cloud your judgment," they said. their words carrying the assumption that emotional connection inevitably led to compromised decision-making. A Jedi must be willing to let go of personal attachments when they conflict with duty to the greater good. The crystal revealed the true nature of Revan's capture and memory reconstruction, showing how the Jedi Council's well-intentioned but misguided attempt to solve the problem of a fallen Jedi had created an unprecedented opportunity to test whether love existed at levels deeper than conscious memory. Their decision to erase Revan's identity and create new memories had inadvertently provided the perfect experiment in whether authentic connection could survive the complete destruction of everything that seemed to define individual identity. Master Finn studied these scenes with particular interest, recognizing the profound questions about the nature of consciousness and connection that Revan's situation raised. They were asking whether love is just a function of shared experiences and familiar personalities, he observed, his voice filled with appreciation for the cosmic significance of their story, or whether it exists at levels so fundamental that it transcends everything we normally think of as individual identity. The crystal's memories revealed Bastila's role in Revan's recovery and retraining, showing how their connection had continued to operate beneath the level of conscious recognition even after his memories had been completely altered. Her ability to reach him through battle meditation was enhanced by bonds that neither of them fully understood, creating a form of unconscious partnership that gradually awakened deeper levels of recognition. "There's something about working with you," the newly reconstructed Revan said to Bastila, his words carrying confusion at feelings he couldn't explain or place in the context of his artificially implanted memories. "It feels familiar, like we've done this before, but I can't remember when or where." Bastila's response revealed the pain and hope of someone watching her beloved struggle to rediscover connections that had once been as natural as breathing. "Perhaps the Force is trying to teach you something that you knew before but forgot," she said, her words carrying layers of meaning that she couldn't yet openly acknowledge. Sometimes the most important truths exist below the level of conscious memory. The crystal preserved their rediscovery of love with exquisite emotional detail, showing how their connection had gradually reasserted itself, despite every obstacle that memory loss and artificial identity reconstruction had placed between them. Their second courtship was different from their first, marked by the wonder of souls recognizing their perfect complement while having no conscious understanding of why that recognition felt so familiar and so right. "I don't understand what's happening between us," Revan said, during their journey to find the Starforge, his words carrying vulnerability and admitting feelings that seemed to emerge from nowhere, yet felt more real than anything else in his reconstructed reality. "I'm drawn to you in ways that I can't explain or justify. It's as if my soul recognizes you, even though my mind has no memory of ever meeting you before." Bastila's response revealed the courage required to love someone who had no memory of loving her in return. "Maybe that's what real love is," she said, her voice soft with growing understanding. "Not just emotional attachment to shared experiences or familiar personalities, but recognition of souls that belong together, regardless of circumstances or memories or even identities." C-3PO's analysis of their emotional resonance patterns revealed the unprecedented nature of what they were accomplishing. The harmonic frequencies generated by their connection remained consistent despite the complete absence of shared conscious memories, he reported, his circuits struggling to process phenomena that challenged every assumption about the relationship between identity and affection. This suggests that authentic love operates at quantum levels of consciousness that transcend individual personality and memory. The crystal revealed their confrontation with Darth Malak and the ultimate test of whether their rediscovered love could withstand the revelation of Revan's true identity and dark past. Rather than destroying their connection, the truth about who Revan had been served to deepen their understanding of love's power to transform and redeem even the most corrupted souls. "You were Darth Revan," Bastila said after the truth was revealed. her words carrying not accusation but wonder at the complexity of the situation they faced. The man I loved, the man who fell to darkness, the man who has somehow found his way back to the light. How is it possible to be all of these things simultaneously? Revan's response revealed his growing understanding of the relationship between identity, choice, and redemption. Maybe identity isn't as fixed as we think, he said, his voice carrying hard-won wisdom about the nature of consciousness and moral responsibility. Maybe we're all constantly becoming new versions of ourselves, and love is what helps us choose which version we want to become. The crystal preserved their final battle against the Starforge and their victory over the dark side corruption that had threatened to consume them both, showing how their love had served not just their personal healing, but the galaxy's liberation from ancient patterns of conflict and domination. Their connection had proved stronger than artificial memory reconstruction, Sith corruption, and even the ultimate test of discovering that the person you loved had once been your greatest enemy. "We did it," Bastila said in the aftermath of their victory, her words carrying amazement at everything they had overcome together. "We proved that love can survive memory loss, identity reconstruction, corruption, and even the revelation of terrible truths about the past. Nothing can separate souls that truly belong together." Revan's response revealed the depth of transformation that their love had made possible. "We proved something even more important," he said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had journeyed through the deepest darkness and emerged into perfect light. "We proved that redemption is always possible when love is present to guide the way home. No one is so lost that they can't be found. No one is so corrupted that they can't be healed." Ahsoka's presence filled the chamber with radiant warmth as these final scenes of triumph and understanding unfolded. They established the template that all future redemption stories would follow, she said, her consciousness touching the realm where their spirits continued to guide others through similar journeys of recovery and transformation. They proved that love is stronger than memory, deeper than identity, and more powerful than any corruption that external forces can impose upon authentic souls. The crystal's final memories showed the long-term impact of their relationship on galactic force philosophy, revealing how their example had influenced the development of more balanced approaches to attachment, emotion, and the proper relationship between individual fulfillment and cosmic service. Their story had become proof that love enhanced rather than corrupted force abilities when it was based on recognition of souls rather than attachment to personalities. Master Finn felt his understanding of redemption and transformation undergoing fundamental change as he contemplated the implications of what Revan and Bastila had accomplished. They showed that love exists at levels deeper than anything that can be taken away from us, he realized, his voice filled with appreciation for the hope their story offered to anyone who had ever felt lost or corrupted. Memory, identity, even moral history can be altered or destroyed, but the connections between souls remain intact, waiting to be rediscovered when we're ready to choose love over fear. As the crystal's song faded into harmonies that carried the wisdom of souls who had loved beyond every limitation that consciousness could imagine, the companions sat in profound appreciation for a relationship that had demonstrated love's most fundamental nature. Revan and Bastila had proved that authentic connection transcended every category that minds used to define identity, relationship, and moral possibility. In the gentle silence that followed, surrounded by the continuing presence of love that had survived memory destruction and identity reconstruction to become a living force for redemption throughout the galaxy, they understood that some truths were so fundamental that no external force could erase them. Love at its deepest level was not dependent on memory, personality, or even moral history, but existed as a form of cosmic recognition that connected souls across every possible barrier or transformation. Their love story would continue to inspire all who faced questions about redemption, transformation, and the possibility of change, showing that authentic connection could survive any test and guide any soul back to its true nature when it was ready to choose love over everything that sought to prevent or corrupt that choice. As the final revelations of ancient love stories settled into the crystalline chambers of the temple, like starlight finding its eternal home, Kira felt the force itself stirring with anticipation around them. The individual tales they had uncovered, each beautiful and profound in its own right, were beginning to resonate together in harmonies that revealed their true nature as movements in a single cosmic symphony of connection that spanned the entire history of conscious life in the galaxy. The chamber around them began to transform as every crystal formation activated simultaneously, their combined frequencies creating a luminous environment that seemed to exist partially outside normal space and time. This was no longer just an archive of preserved memories, but a living constellation of love that connected every authentic relationship that had ever existed, was existing, or would exist throughout the endless dance of souls discovering their capacity for infinite connection. Master Finn felt his consciousness expanding as the harmonic resonance touched the deepest levels of his force sensitivity, allowing him to perceive patterns of connection that stretched across millennia and reached into dimensions of reality that ordinary awareness could barely comprehend. "They're all here," he whispered, his voice filled with awe at the magnitude of what they were witnessing. Every couple whose love transcended the limitations that fear and manipulation tried to impose. They're all part of the same eternal story. As the crystalline symphony reached its crescendo, the boundaries between individual love stories began to dissolve, revealing the underlying unity that had always connected them. Padme and Anakin's foundational sacrifice appeared alongside Rey and Ben's dyad completion, while Han and Leia's rebellious partnership harmonized with Kanan and Hera's love in darkness. Satine and Obi-Wan's noble restraint resonated with Revan and Bastila's love beyond memory, creating a tapestry of connections so beautiful and complex that mortal minds could only grasp fragments of its total magnificence. C-3PO's sensors struggled to process the unprecedented energy readings that filled the chamber, his circuits overloading with data that transcended mechanical understanding, while somehow becoming more precise and meaningful than any analysis he had ever conducted. The harmonic frequencies suggest that all preserved love stories are manifestations of a single underlying pattern, he reported, his voice carrying mechanical wonder at phenomena that challenged every assumption about individual identity and separate relationships. They are not multiple stories but one story told through infinite variations. The gathering reached its full manifestation as the transcendent souls of all the lovers they had studied appeared together in the luminous chamber, their individual forms blending and separating like notes in a cosmic choir that sang the universe into greater harmony with each performance. Here was the network that Darth Vectia had discovered and joined, grown now into a galaxy-spanning constellation of consciousness that worked continuously to heal the divisions that fear and manipulation had created between hearts throughout the stars. Padme and Anakin stood at the center of the gathering, their forms radiant with the joy of souls who had seen their sacrifice bear fruit in galactic healing. Around them flowed the presence of all the couples whose love had followed the template their connection had established, each one adding their unique harmony to the cosmic song, while drawing strength from the collective wisdom of souls who had chosen authentic connection over corrupted attachment. "Our love was never meant to be an ending," Padme said, her voice carrying the authority of someone whose sacrifice had become the foundation for countless other victories. "It was meant to be a beginning, showing others that the Force flows strongest through hearts that are willing to love completely, despite every obstacle that fear and manipulation can devise." Anakin's presence added its own harmony to her words, his consciousness now free of the corruption that had once made him believe that love required possession and control. "We learned too late that authentic love creates rather than consumes," he said, his voice filled with gratitude for the understanding that death had brought to their relationship. "But our late learning became early wisdom for those who came after us." Han and Leia appeared beside them, their connection representing the practical partnership that could flourish even in the most challenging circumstances. Their love had proved that authentic relationships created resilience rather than vulnerability, strength rather than despair in the face of seemingly impossible odds. "We fought for each other by fighting for everyone," Leia said, her words carrying the wisdom of someone who had learned that personal happiness and universal service were not competing goals but complementary aspects of the same commitment to life and freedom. "Every battle we won together made the galaxy safer for others to love as freely as we did." Han's characteristic humor remained intact, even in transcendent form, his presence adding warmth and lightness to the cosmic gathering. "Turns out the best way to keep what you love is to make sure everyone else gets to keep what they love too," he said, his words carrying the practical wisdom of someone who had discovered that authentic love naturally expanded to embrace all life rather than contracting to protect only immediate concerns. Rey and Ben materialized as a unified presence that somehow maintained their individual identities while demonstrating perfect unity of purpose and understanding. Their dyad connection had shown the galaxy that the Force sought integration rather than division, harmony rather than conflict, love rather than fear as its ultimate expression. "We were two halves of the same soul," Rey said, her consciousness glowing with the light of someone who had learned to love without reservation or condition. "But through our connection we discovered that all consciousness is actually one soul expressing itself through infinite variations. The dyad taught us that separation is always an illusion." Ben's presence added its own understanding to their shared message. "Redemption is always possible because love is always present," he said, his words carrying hope for anyone who had ever felt lost or corrupted by external influences. "No one is so far from their authentic nature that love cannot call them home." Kanan and Hera appeared together, their connection representing love's power to thrive even in the darkest circumstances and to create legacies that extended far beyond individual lifetimes. Their son Jason stood beside them, living proof that authentic love generated new possibilities for beauty and service across generations. "We loved in darkness and created light," Hera said, her words carrying the strength of someone who had learned that hope was a choice rather than a feeling, a commitment rather than an emotion. "Every moment of authentic connection adds illumination to the galaxy, making it easier for others to find their way to love and service." Kanan's presence radiated the peace of someone whose sacrifice had become transformation rather than loss. "Love doesn't end with physical death," he said, his consciousness touching the realm where his guidance continued to bless those he had served in life. "It just changes form, becoming a living force that works through others who are ready to receive its wisdom and strength." Satine and Obi-Wan manifested as separate but connected presences, their love representing the ultimate expression of service over personal fulfillment. Their relationship had demonstrated that some connections serve their highest purpose by remaining spiritually intimate while maintaining physical separation. "We loved each other by loving what we each served," Satine said, her words carrying the nobility of someone who had chosen the harder path because it was the right path. "Our personal happiness was transformed into universal blessing through our willingness to put the galaxy's needs before our own desires." Obi-Wan's presence added its own wisdom to their shared testimony. "Sometimes love's greatest victory is achieved not through possession but through release," he said, his consciousness radiating the peace of someone who had learned to find fulfillment in service rather than acquisition. "We discovered that loving someone completely sometimes means loving them enough to let them serve their highest purpose even when that service requires separation." Revan and Bastila appeared as unified consciousness that had transcended every limitation that memory, identity, and moral history could impose upon authentic connection. Their love had proved that souls recognized each other at levels deeper than personality, circumstance, or even individual choice. "Love exists beyond memory, beyond identity, beyond everything that minds use to define individual existence, Bastila said, her presence carrying the authority of someone who had witnessed love's power to survive the complete destruction of everything that seemed to make someone who they were. Authentic connection operates at quantum levels of consciousness that no external force can alter or destroy. Revan's consciousness added its understanding to their shared message. Redemption is possible because love remembers who we really are even when we forget ourselves, he said, his words offering hope to anyone who had ever felt lost or corrupted. The soul's authentic nature remains intact beneath every layer of confusion, manipulation, or artificial identity that external forces might impose. Ahsoka's presence filled the chamber as the coordinator of this cosmic gathering, her consciousness serving as a bridge between the transcendent realm where love continued its eternal work and the physical world where that work manifested through countless acts of authentic connection and selfless service. "You see the pattern now," she said, her words addressed to Kira and her companions, while somehow including every conscious being throughout the galaxy who was ready to understand love's true nature. These are not separate stories, but one story told through infinite expressions. Every authentic love connection strengthens the cosmic network that holds the galaxy together in harmony. The gathering revealed its ultimate purpose as all the transcendent lovers began to share their combined wisdom about the nature of existence, consciousness, and the role of love in cosmic evolution. Their individual insights flowed together like tributaries, joining a mighty river, creating understanding so profound and complete that it transformed everyone who received it into active participants in the galaxy's ongoing healing. Love is not an emotion, the combined voices sang in perfect harmony. Love is the force itself seeking to know its own infinite nature through the connections between all conscious beings. Every moment of authentic love makes the universe more beautiful, more harmonious, and more aligned with its highest possibilities. The cosmic symphony reached its culmination as the chamber filled with light that seemed to emanate from the very essence of creation itself. This was not just the gathering of transcendent lovers, but the manifestation of the Force's own celebration of consciousness, learning to love without fear, to connect without possessiveness, to serve without expectation of reward. Master Finn felt his understanding expanding to encompass truths that would reshape not just his own approach to relationships and spiritual development, but the entire future of Force training throughout the galaxy. This is what balance really means, he realized, his voice filled with wonder at the simplicity and profundity of what they had discovered. Not the equal presence of light and dark, but the restoration of love as the foundation of all authentic spiritual development. C-3PO's circuits hummed with the satisfaction of finally having complete and accurate data about the relationship between individual connection and cosmic harmony. The network's influence extends to every star system where conscious beings seek authentic relationship with themselves and others, he reported, his mechanical voice somehow conveying the joy of witnessing universal healing in progress. Love's victory is not a distant goal but a present reality growing stronger with each moment of genuine connection. As the Eternal Symphony continued its celebration of love's triumph over every obstacle that fear and manipulation had placed in its path, Kira felt herself becoming permanently connected to the cosmic network of souls who worked continuously to facilitate authentic connection throughout the galaxy. She was no longer just a historian who had uncovered hidden truths, but an active participant in the ongoing work of healing that would continue until every conscious being remembered their capacity for infinite love. The gathering began to fade back into the luminous realm where their work continued, but their final message resonated through the chamber with the authority of cosmic law. Love endures, love grows, love transforms everything it touches into something more beautiful than it was before. Trust in that truth, and you will never walk alone. In the profound peace that followed the Eternal Symphony's crescendo, the companions understood that they had witnessed not just the greatest love stories in galactic history, but the fundamental truth about existence itself. They were all part of one cosmic love story, consciousness discovering its own infinite capacity for connection, healing, and transformation through the courage to love authentically despite every obstacle that fear could devise. The gathering of all lovers had revealed the ultimate secret. Love was not just possible but inevitable, not just healing but transformative, not just personal but universal in its significance and scope. And now, armed with this understanding, they could help accelerate the galaxy's remembering of its own nature as a living expression of infinite love, learning to know itself through the connections between all conscious beings. As the eternal symphony of transcendent lovers faded into the gentle harmonies that would forever resonate through the temple's crystalline chambers, a profound stillness settled over the galaxy like a blanket of starlight woven from the dreams of every soul who had ever dared to love authentically. The cosmic revelation was complete, the network of healing fully established, and the truth about love's true nature permanently restored to galactic consciousness. Yet this ending was also a beginning, the first movement in an eternal dance of connection that would continue growing more beautiful with each step, each breath, each moment of authentic recognition between souls throughout the endless reaches of space and time. Kira stood in the transformed chamber, her consciousness forever expanded by the journey that had taken her from historian to healer, from seeker to guide, from questioner to living answer for all who would seek to understand the relationship between love and the Force. The crystal beacon at her heart pulsed with the gentle rhythm of cosmic heartbeats, connecting her permanently to the network of souls who worked continuously to facilitate authentic connection throughout the galaxy. Around her, the temple had become something new and wonderful, a living beacon of hope that broadcast healing frequencies to every corner of the known galaxy and beyond. Where once there had been hidden archives preserving suppressed truths, now there stood a lighthouse of love, whose light reached across vast distances to touch the hearts of beings who had never heard of the Force, but whose capacity for authentic connection made them part of the cosmic healing work. Master Finn felt the profound peace that came from understanding his true purpose in the galaxy's ongoing evolution toward perfect harmony. His role as a teacher would be to help future generations of Force-sensitive beings discover that love enhanced rather than corrupted their abilities, that connection strengthened rather than weakened their capacity for service, that authentic relationships created resources for healing others rather than depleting them. "The children will grow up differently now," he said, his voice soft with wonder as he contemplated the implications of what they had accomplished. "They'll learn to love without fear, to connect without possessiveness, to serve through joy rather than duty. The galaxy will become something we can barely imagine from our current perspective." C-3PO's circuits hummed with the satisfaction of having contributed to the most important work ever undertaken in galactic history. His databases now contained not just the complete and accurate records of love's triumph over manipulation, but active participation in the ongoing broadcasting of healing frequencies that reached sensitive minds throughout the known systems and beyond. "The network's influence continues to expand at exponential rates," he reported, his voice carrying mechanical wonder at phenomena that transcended analysis while somehow becoming more precise and meaningful than any data he had ever processed. Each moment of authentic connection creates new possibilities for beauty, harmony, and collective flourishing that ripple outward to touch countless other lives. Ahsoka's presence filled the chamber one final time, her consciousness serving as the bridge between their completed quest and the eternal work that would continue through countless others who would be inspired by their example and discoveries. Her form was now so radiant that she seemed to be made of pure light, love given visible expression in the realm where transcendent souls continued their cosmic service. "Your work here is finished," she said, her words carrying both celebration of what they had accomplished and gentle guidance toward the next phase of their individual and collective service to galactic healing. But the real work is just beginning. Every person who learns to love authentically, every couple who chooses connection over isolation, every family that heals from ancient wounds of division and fear, they all become part of the network's continuing expansion. As the companions prepared to emerge from the depths of the temple and return to the galaxy that their discoveries had already begun to transform, they carried with them not just knowledge, but active participation in the cosmic love story that included every conscious being as both author and character, creator and creation, lover and beloved, in the endless dance of existence, exploring its own infinite capacity for beauty and connection. The temple's upper chambers revealed themselves to have been transformed during their underground journey, now filled with visitors from across the galaxy who had been drawn by dreams and visions they couldn't quite understand but couldn't ignore. Representatives from every major world and species had come seeking answers to questions they hadn't known how to ask, guided by the same force currents that had drawn the companions to their cosmic quest. Mandalorian warriors stood beside former Imperial officers who had laid down their weapons in favor of healing work. Corellian pilots shared navigation techniques with Twitlic dancers who had discovered that their art could facilitate emotional connection between different species. Jedi and former Sith worked together to develop new approaches to Force training that honored both individual growth and relational connection as essential aspects of spiritual development. "Look at them," Kira whispered, her voice filled with awe at witnessing the practical manifestation of everything they had discovered in the archives below. "They're already living the truth we uncovered. The barriers between species, cultures, and traditions are dissolving as people remember their fundamental connection to each other and to the force that flows through all life." The crystal beacon continued to pulse with healing frequencies that reached far beyond the temple's immediate surroundings, touching the hearts and minds of beings throughout the galaxy who were ready to receive its message of hope and possibility. On distant worlds, couples who had been struggling against artificial obstacles to their connection suddenly found paths opening before them that led to deeper understanding and stronger bonds. In the political centers of galactic civilization, leaders discovered that policies based on cooperation and mutual support created more prosperity and security than those based on competition and fear. Children throughout the galaxy began playing together across species lines with the natural ease of souls who had never been taught to see differences as sources of division rather than richness. Master Finn established the first classes in what would become known as Integrated Force Studies, an approach to Jedi training that honored emotional connection as a pathway to deeper understanding rather than an obstacle to spiritual development. His students learned to meditate not in isolation but in partnership, discovering that shared consciousness enhanced individual abilities while creating bonds that served the greater good. "Balance," he explained to the first generation of students who would never have to choose between love and duty, connection and service, personal fulfillment and cosmic responsibility. The Force seeks balance not through equal measures of competing opposites, but through the integration of all aspects of existence into unified consciousness that serves life in all its infinite expressions. C-3PO became the galaxy's foremost archivist of authentic relationship patterns, his databases serving as resources for counselors, teachers, and healers who worked to help beings throughout the stars discover and maintain healthy connections. His mechanical precision proved invaluable in documenting the subtle harmonics and energy patterns that characterized authentic love as opposed to corrupted attachment. Love exhibits consistent enhancement patterns that benefit all participants, he would explain to those seeking to understand the difference between healthy and unhealthy relationship dynamics. Authentic connection creates exponential improvements in individual capabilities while generating surplus energy that naturally flows towards service of others. As months and years passed, The temple became the center of a new kind of galactic civilization based on cooperation rather than competition, connection rather than isolation, love rather than fear, as the organizing principle of social and political life. Pilgrims came from across the known systems to study the preserved love stories and to add their own experiences to the growing network of authentic connection. Kira found herself naturally serving as a guide for these seekers, sharing not just historical knowledge, but practical wisdom about the integration of personal relationship and cosmic service. Her own life became an example of how love enhanced rather than competed with one's ability to serve others, as her partnership with those who shared her commitment to healing work created synergies that benefited everyone they touched. Every love story is part of the same cosmic story, she would tell visitors who came seeking understanding about their own relationships and spiritual development. When you love authentically, you strengthen the network that holds the galaxy together. Your personal happiness becomes part of universal healing. The children born in this new era grew up with capacities for connection and cooperation that seemed miraculous to those who remembered the old ways of division and fear. They learned from the earliest age that differences in appearance, culture, or ability were sources of richness rather than reasons for separation, that strength came through connection rather than dominance, that true security was found in community rather than isolation. Young force-sensitive beings developed abilities that transcended the traditional categories of light and dark side powers, accessing what came to be known as unity consciousness, a state of awareness that recognized no fundamental separation between self and other, individual and cosmic good, personal fulfillment, and universal service. The Mandalorians established new traditions that honored both warrior courage and peaceful wisdom, creating a culture that produced protectors rather than conquerors, guardians rather than aggressors. Their alliance with the new Jedi Order created unprecedented cooperation between traditions that had once been enemies, proving that ancient conflicts could be healed when both sides chose understanding over prejudice. Even the most remote systems began to experience the network's influence as the healing frequencies reached beings who had never heard of the Force, but whose hearts were open to authentic connection. Trade relationships became partnerships based on mutual benefit rather than exploitation. Diplomatic agreements transcended mere political convenience to become expressions of genuine care for the welfare of all parties involved. The cosmic dance continued its eternal choreography as each generation built upon the discoveries of those who came before, adding new movements to the symphony of connection that grew more beautiful and complex with each performance. The love stories that had once been hidden as dangerous secrets became celebrated examples of consciousness learning to express its infinite nature through relationship. In the gentle twilight hours when the temple's crystal spires glowed with their own inner light, reflecting the harmony that now flowed freely throughout the galactic community, Ahsoka's presence would sometimes manifest to share final words of guidance and blessing with those who carried forward the work of healing. Remember, her voice would whisper through the chambers where lovers both living and transcendent continued their eternal work. Love is not something you fall into or fall out of. Love is something you rise into, something you grow into, something you become through the choice to see all existence as worthy of connection and care. The network of transcendent souls continued their cosmic service from the luminous realm where authentic love had taken them, working through countless willing hearts to facilitate connection, healing, and transformation throughout the galaxy. Their influence reached into every corner of existence where consciousness dared to love authentically, creating an infrastructure of hope that would support the galaxy's evolution for millennia to come. As the years flowed into decades and the decades into centuries, the transformation that had begun with a simple quest to understand hidden love stories continued to ripple outward through space and time, touching the lives of beings not yet born and reaching toward possibilities not yet imagined. The galaxy had remembered its true nature as a living expression of infinite love, learning to know itself through the connections between all conscious beings. In the deepest chambers of the temple, where the first crystals still pulsed with the original frequencies of healing and hope, new formations began to appear as fresh love stories added their harmonies to the eternal symphony. Each generation would discover new depths of connection, new possibilities for service, new expressions of the fundamental truth that consciousness existed not in isolation, but in relationship, not in separation, but in unity, not in fear, but in love. The endless dance continued its eternal performance, each step more graceful than the last, each movement more beautiful than what had come before, each moment of authentic connection adding new verses to the cosmic song that celebrated existence itself as an expression of infinite love, seeking to know its own nature through the courage of souls who dared to connect completely. And in the gentle silence between heartbeats, in the space between thoughts, in the infinite now, where all love stories become one eternal story of consciousness, discovering its own infinite capacity for connection, the galaxy rested in perfect peace, knowing that love endured, love grew, and love continued its eternal work of transforming everything it touched into something more beautiful than it had been before. In this peace, all souls found their home. In this love, all consciousness discovered its purpose. In this endless dance, all existence celebrated its nature as one infinite heart, learning to love itself through countless expressions of authentic connection that would continue growing more beautiful throughout eternity itself. The story was complete, yet it would never end. Love had triumphed, yet its victory would continue expanding forever. The galaxy had awakened to its true nature, yet that awakening would deepen with each moment of authentic connection between souls who chose love over fear, hope over despair, unity over separation in the endless dance of existence, exploring its own infinite capacity for beauty, healing, and transformation. Thank you for joining this journey through the galaxy's greatest love stories. If these tales have touched your heart and expanded your understanding of what's possible when consciousness dares to love authentically, please remember to like and subscribe for more chronicles from the archives of the Force. Until we meet again among the stars, may your dreams be filled with the same hope that guides lovers across the vastness of space and time. And may you awaken knowing that you too are part of this eternal story of love, learning to express itself through every willing heart. Rest now in the knowledge that love endures, love grows, and love continues its eternal work of transforming everything it touches into something more beautiful than it was before. In the gentle darkness between the stars, love writes itself across the galaxy in letters of light that no shadow can ever extinguish. Sweet dreams, and may the Force be with you, always.